Hey everybody, this is Rebecca. I was wondering, can you hear me? We are getting ready to go live with Amy there on the riverbank. I'm trying to get things set up. Bear with us. Looks like things are starting to move a little bit. All right, there's Amy on the riverbank.
Hello, everyone. Woo woo!
In stereo.
Was it extra loud or something?
No, we both did woohoo at the same time.
Oh, it just shows you how much we love this. So I'm gonna continue to get myself set up here. I have my GoPro today. I have another camera today to do close-up shots for y'all. I came prepared, so
Wow, we can do that.
yep. Well,
I'm so excited.
at least I'm gonna try.
All right. Well, bear with us as we're trying all this new stuff out.
It may not all show up on the live stream, but I will capture stuff that will at least post on the Facebook page if we can't figure out a way to get it onto the live stream.
Yeah. Well, while you're getting to set up there, Amy, I do want to talk about our Facebook page because we send out so much information in this 6 weeks. I'm probably making 6 to 8 posts a day. So if you're not seeing those posts, you need to go direct to our Facebook page, click on the Nenana Ice Classic fan page, and it will take you to our page. And then you can scroll through. You can see all the videos, you can see the drone footage, you can see all of the information I'm putting out about when breakups happen. I do a lot of comparisons between the years. So if you're not seeing all of those, go direct to the page, like the page, follow the page, and then hopefully those will come up more in your feed. I know sometimes in Facebook, you're not really seeing what you want to be seeing all the time. So go direct to our page and then you will be able to find it. All right. I should have muted Amy's mic over there while she's doing all that. There we go. All right, let's check in and see what the webcam is doing. I got to go update that for you. There we go. What do you think? Seeing any changes there in the ice? I don't know. It's looking pretty. I can see a change from this morning, but like right at this moment, I don't see much happening. It's really slow in the webcam. The webcam updates every 30 seconds. So when things happen, we don't always see them like super right away because a lot can happen with ice in 30 seconds.
Hey, so I'm back now. Got my stuff kind of settled around me, and I might still be doing some setup as I get the GoPro and everything, but I heard your question about, what's going on with the ice, and I will say that, let's see, right?
Oh, wait, Amy, I don't think you're on the screen. Hang on. There you go.
Okay, there we go. So, this section right here has really opened up.
Yeah, that's what we can see on the webcam.
Yeah, right before I got here, it was still kind of in its own little sections. And since then, it has all turned into one big open patch. The other huge thing, and you can probably see this on the webcam as well, but I'll lift this up so you might be able to get, well, it's still not that great of a vantage point. But do you see behind the tripod, there is actually an open section that's right behind that breaks the square. So remember yesterday how it was all just the square that was plowed out? It now is no longer square shape. So that means stuff really is breaking up.
Here, let me see if I can get that webcam image to show up there.
Okay. Oh yeah,
look behind the tripod there. You can see, oh yeah, look at all that. Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing that surprised me this morning because, we were kind of thinking that it's that, border of the ice that's holding the tripod in place, and that is starting to disintegrate like big time. It also seems to me that wherever those ice chunks are coming from, they could be coming from upriver, and like ducking under the ice, and then it comes up in that open patch and then crashes into that far border.
Right.
Wherever that is coming from, there's got to be more of it coming. So it'll keep crashing and peeling away that edge just right back here. It'll just keep, etching it out further and further. So I'm here to watch. I'm so excited.
Yeah, when it's a breakup like this, it's a lot less drama, but it's like much more suspenseful because
Yeah,
you're like on the edge of your seat waiting for something to happen, and it's going to happen quietly and slowly, and you just feel like you're going to miss it.
right. So let me tell you, I know it took me a while to get out to the river, but I have all my charging cords, I have my GoPro, I have my other phone, I have two tripods, I have my chair, I have my breakfast, I have my lunch.
Oh, my girlfriend, you know what I took with me when I went out to sit there? I took my cell phone.
I know.
Oh
Well,
my goodness.
I want to be here for the long haul, and I knew that I'd have to leave and go home to get some stuff at some point if I didn't come well prepared. So that's just me though.
Wow, we're like getting all professional and stuff.
I mean, to be honest, I would have wanted to bring my lunch and breakfast even if I wasn't doing any live streams. I just want to be out here in the sun and watch the river all day. So
All right. That's so awesome. I'm glad you're out there.
me too. Well, let's see if I can get this GoPro going so we can see the slow-mo reality TV show in fast forward with our time
All
lapse.
right. I'm gonna switch over here real quick to the webcam.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear some ice moving. You know that slushy sound? Oh, yep. Um, okay, hold on. This section right here is what's moving. You see that? Oh,
Oh, oh.
it tugged the flags. Okay, we'll keep you on right there to see if we catch any more movement.
This is so funny, Amy. I'm sitting here just like everybody else with my face in the screen waiting for something to happening, and it's just so absurd. I'm just watching ice melt. I can't get over it. It's so funny.
I know, it's so easy to just have your face glued to it. You don't want to miss a second.
Right?
It looks like it kind of slowed down for now, though. I'm not seeing any more changes
All
for right this
right.
second.
Well, let me go over here. We'll see what the webcam's looking like. I'm trying to get it so the webcam like shows the whole thing, but I don't think we can do that in this way we have it.
Is there a way to zoom on your computer screen to the spot that you want to show on the live stream?
Well, I don't know. Let me try.
it's a screen share, so whatever you show on your screen is what will show up.
Okay. I don't know what I did. Hang on.
Here, we can just take it back to mine real quick while you
Sure.
do some experimenting.
All right. There, that's better. Look at that. I zoomed in right on it. See, right
Woo-hoo! It's
straight down on it.
perfect.
Oh, I am
Great.
so smart, Amy. Geez, thanks for helping.
You're so welcome. We are figuring so much stuff out. It's exciting.
Oh, that's a great picture.
Yeah,
Now, if only I
awesome.
could figure out how to make it automatically update so I don't have to keep pushing the button myself.
Oh man.
One of these days I'll
Well,
figure that one out.
on your browser, does it just refresh automatically? I think it does.
Not on, I haven't figured that out yet.
Okay. I don't know if it does on mine either. I was just wondering because sometimes it seems like it does automatically refresh and sometimes it doesn't. So,
All right, well, let's talk about the ice, not about refreshing our browser.
yeah, fair enough. I'm still working on getting this time lapse set up.
Yeah.
Uh, nope, not that.
Well, we sure wish all of you were sitting right here on the riverbank with us watching the ice melt. Oh, one thing we were talking about. So Amy was asking the other day, and so was Jerry, why are there bubbles when things are working? And so we all Googled it and we all came up with the same answer. When the ice melts, it makes bubbles. When the ice just goes downstream, then it's not making the bubbles. So wherever you see the bubbles, it means that the ice is melting. Fact. So let's talk about the tripod clock. I know that's always a topic of discussion. And yes, the Ice Classic board discusses it every couple of years, whether or not they should change it. But one of the things about the Ice Classic that is special is that it's very, very traditional. So they do things the way they've done things before because it worked fine before. So on the tickets, on the brochures, it does say that the tripod and the clock is in Alaska Standard Time. But right now in Nenana, it is Alaska Daylight Savings Time. So in Nenana, it's 1 hour ahead of the tripod clock. It's very confusing for a lot of people how that works with the time. So I came up with a saying that in the spring, everybody else springs forward, but the tripod stays put. So that way you know that your guess, your ticket, and the clock have to match in Alaska Standard Time, but the clock on your watch or on your phone is 1 hour ahead of that. So I know it's confusing, especially when you're dealing with time zones, but it's Alaska Standard Time. And I mean, they may change it if we ever stay in daylight savings time. They may say that's the time to change it. I don't know. They talk about it a lot, though. Sorry for the little audio going on there. You know, we're down here on the river. The wind is usually blowing, so we don't have great audio out there. And we've tried a lot of different things. You know, we just kind of deal with it. Let's see. Has the tripod moved since last night? Not really. It's kind of staying in the same place, right at the edge there of that open water in the middle. It has moved down, I don't know, maybe 15 feet from where it originally was. So it's It's just hanging out there in the middle. But what we are seeing movement when we look at the webcam, let me refresh it and share it here, is that there's a lot more open water out there around the tripod. So let's look at what the tripod is doing right now. It's actually has fallen toward the tower. So when you think about how long the rope is that goes from the tower to the tripod, it's about 300 feet. But the tripod has fallen toward the tower now. So the rope is really, really loose. You can see it just laying there on the ice. So right now, the either the tripod would have to go down the river, or perhaps maybe a piece of ice would catch the tripod. I mean, catch the cable there, and it would pull the cable under the water, which in turn would stop the clock, even though the tripod hasn't moved. I guess my hope for that is pretty small, though, because we're not seeing big ice chunks coming down. We're just kind of seeing this little candle ice all over the place. So it's not coming down with much force on the river. Things are just kind of sliding by. We're back in here with Amie now, her camera right there down on the river. Are you talking, Amie?
I can tell you some more stuff of what I see.
All right.
So I'll pick up the camera here and I'll take you on a little tour. So, okay, yesterday we were looking a lot down here at this stuff, and it's just like almost totally water now. And you know, like you were saying, Rebecca, that the this could, like, I couldn't see this yesterday, but it really does look like this is just mud bank right here, which would explain why we haven't seen flowing water. We just kind of saw it bubbling and rippling with the wind. But this patch right here looks like it is just a mud bar.
Yeah.
Especially this patch right here, like I can definitely see that that is mud. So it looks like the banks of the river are reaching out until about this point. This is where we are seeing the flow. So I don't know whether it is really mud bank or just still a whole ton of frozen whatever.
Well,
Like
the
it's
chances of
really
it
not
being
open.
the chances of it being a mud bank are pretty high. When I was up there, I was kind of watching it come uh, farther and farther down with the mud in front of there. And really, the current of the river right now, where you're looking, is on the far side of the river. And
Mm-hmm.
as rivers move, they make sandbars in different places. And I think that this side here is getting filled with silt. And
Yeah.
I mean, usually during the summer, the water level is up a lot higher, so you don't see it during the summer.
Mm-hmm.
If you can show there on the bank, usually in the summer, the water is usually just a foot or so below, maybe 2 feet below that bank where the
Yeah.
barges go up there. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
that is true. Yeah, it's several feet lower right now, and it does fluctuate throughout the year, so it's not abnormal.
yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It's high. It's usually a lot higher water level.
Amie,
During
you see
summer.
that little green building down there?
Yeah.
Sometime if you walk on the other side of that building, you can look down in that hole right there in front of that green building, and there is a measuring stick, so you can actually tell people the height of the depth of the river right there.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll go ahead and do that right now. I won't be able to walk through the barriers because that's the forbidden
yeah.
zone, but I could walk around the back and
Well,
check that out.
I just said that for your information. Um, right now we can tell the river's obviously pretty low, so I
Very
doubt
slow.
that it's even on the gauge right now.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, oh yeah, here also, if this is anchor ice here along the edge, it's also coming up from the bottom. And I don't know that it actually is anchor ice, because it doesn't look like the anchor ice I've seen before, with kind of the bubbly kind of top with a lot of mud on it. But I mean, you know, it's underwater. What do I know?
Yeah, only time will tell. It'll reveal itself as things continue to break up, and we'll see what's going on underneath all of this. But for now, I can definitely see that this is all, this is all water pretty much. Just only this right here is kind of slushy stuff on top, but there's this whole open channel right here that goes all the way down there.
Is it
And
open
then,
all the way down to where it was open by the bridge yesterday?
you mean
On the
on
other
the
side?
which direction?
No, no, no. On
Um,
the like the highway bridge. Is this channel that we're seeing here now open down to the highway bridge?
it's getting close, but still not quite. And it's still a little patchy. On the video, it
Okay.
looks like one continuous stream, but I can see there are a few patchy breaks in it. Again, it's like super slushy, so like it's a negligible difference. But yeah, it's not quite an open flowing channel. I do see some flow, but again, it looks like there's a lot of mud underneath, so not sure what's all going on, but this section for sure is open flow. It has a current. It's pulling the flags. I mean, it's not pulling the rope, but
Yeah.
it's
But
pulling
the
the
flags
flag.
are in the water.
Yep, they're in the water.
Nice. All right, I'm
Both
gonna go up.
both here and here, the flags are in the water. Oh, and the next okay, there's like 4 sections where the flags are in the water.
Okay. I just went up there to the webcam view, so you really can see there how the flags trail across there out to the tripod. They're in the water for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you know what? We were watching that channel in front of the tripod where it's got some ice built up there on the end of it, but now it looks a lot more open even between that part and the bank.
Which section were you talking about?
Right in front of the tripod, we were watching where there was some ice buildup there,
Hmm.
but now you can see between that and the bank, there's a lot more water.
Yeah, it really is opening up so fast. I mean, it it really is slow mo. You can't see it happen, but it's it's definitely happening.
Look at that. Wow, this is just like so exciting. Slow mo reality show.
Yep, and I do have the time lapse running now, so
Oh, that'd
we'll
be awesome.
we'll be able to take a look at that later sometime. But that'll give us a more holistic picture of exactly what is moving when and how it's breaking up. It's really imperceptible with the eyes watching right now. Every once in a while, I'll hear that slush sound again with the ice carving away at itself, but um, there right now I just hear a lot of calm water.
Are any birds out today?
Not that I've seen so far, but I'm sure they're around.
And the sky is beautiful.
Yes,
Look at
it is.
that blue color.
It's crystal clear blue. There's only a few clouds out around us, but right here where we are, it's crystal clear blue. It is windy and chilly, so I have my coat on. But it should be, it'll continue to warm up throughout the day. And
Oh yeah.
I think
Oh,
it's supposed to reach like 54 today or something.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, comment where you're watching from. We love to see where people are tuning in from and how far this fun game is reaching across the globe. Aw, you're welcome, Brandy. Barry says it won't be long until the fireweed blooms. Yep, summer happens so fast. Really, everything turns green and all the flowers come out and it just turns gorgeous. All right, let's see. We've got Mississippi, Hawaii. Yeah. Nice. British Columbia. Wonderful. Welcome, everyone. Louisiana. Yay. Anchorage. Woot woot. Yeah, Alaskans. Oh, there's a bird. I don't know if, oh, there's two of them. They're so cute. I don't know if the camera caught them, but they just kind of swooped right down in front of the ice. Montana, Cincinnati. Yeah, keep them coming, everyone. Let's see if we've got any other continents on here. Illinois, welcome. Yay. This is so fun. And what's the temperature where you're watching at too? It always kind of blows my mind how cold it can be here and how warm it is other places. And I can't say that I don't feel a twinge of jealousy every time I hear someone say it's in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s. But, you know, we're sitting here in the 40s and it's warming up slowly but surely. Okay, 46, says Mike. That's about the same as here. 86 degrees in Okla. Woo! Yeah, that sounds really nice about now. $75 in Honolulu, Hawaii. 77 in Cincinnati. Awesome.
Hey, Amy, look what I just did.
You got us both on the screen?
I don't know. Maybe it's too small though for people to see it. I don't know.
I think so. Well, let's get feedback from the audience.
Look! No, look what I did.
Awesome.
We are so awesome.
Guys, this is so fun. You get to watch us learn right in front of your eyes. We are so passionate about this. We are doing everything within our power to get as much awesome coverage and utilize the tools we have available, all for you guys and for us. We love our fans. We love everyone who is as passionate about the Ice Classic as we are. Or even if you're not, that's okay, because we take it to a whole nother level, and I understand if not everyone matches this passion.
Right. I understand that people don't want 8 posts a day about the Ice Classic, but I do, so I'm going to make them.
Yep. Yep. Oh, there's a little bit of movement going on too. Not huge, but I pointed out like right back here. Maybe you can see the white dots floating down that little patch.
Point again.
Right back here. But it hit the edge now, so you won't be able to see them.
I just cracked myself up. I'm like looking at this tiny, tiny little screen, trying to squint and see it.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's so hard trying to broadcast it, and it's just not the same to catch all the little nuanced details. Yep, it's gone. It hit the edge.
Okay, something happened. We're waiting.
Oh man.
All right, well, let's tell people then about our YouTube channel.
Yeah, take it away.
Oh, I was going to let you take it away.
Sure, okay. So we've been so excited. We started this YouTube channel last season. It was right around. I think it was actually like a day or two right before breakup happened, because we really wanted to be able to archive a lot of these things and have them accessible to everyone to see the progress throughout the entire season and to go back and look throughout, previous seasons to see what the breakups were like. Anyway, all our YouTube channel is the Nenana Ice Classic Fanpage, and it would be amazing, whoever feels like they'd love to do that and love to support us that way, if you go find our channel and subscribe and find some of the videos that you really like and click like on those. That helps YouTube know that people like this stuff and they'll show it to more people. So that really helps us to get the word out, to reach more people. It increases the audience size, and YouTube is able to push it out to more people and see who else is interested. So not only, I mean, and it's not just about getting it further and farther out, but the reason why the YouTube channel is so fun and it's different than the fan page is because we have fun informational videos. Like Rebecca did one about counting the tickets. You get to go and see what the counting and recording process is like. We did one about making the book of guesses, which is like old-fashioned handmade bookmaking. Did you want to jump in?
Well, I just wanted to mention this comment here. Somebody says I'm sorry. Amy says, I love the Nenana Ice Classic, and this is the first year in a long time that I didn't get a ticket. I miss Alaska so much. And I'm glad y'all are doing this. She's in Texas and it's 85 degrees. And I wanted to say that if you want to play, you can play even if you don't live in Alaska. If you go to the Nenana Ice Classic website, there is a way there. You just look in the tickets tab. I'm typing it up here. And you can play even if you don't live in Alaska. What you do is you mail in your guesses and the money, and then the Nenana Ice Classic will fill out your tickets for you. So you can play even if you don't live in Alaska, but you have to have your guesses. You have to have your guesses postmarked between February 1st and April 5th. If it's postmarked before that, they won't accept it. If it's postmarked after that, they won't accept it. So it's real important to get them in there in the right days.
Yeah, totally. And thanks for pointing that out because, some people might not know that, and it's really fun to be able to have tickets in the running. And we got so many questions coming through to the fan page and Messenger. How can I play? Or can I play if I'm not in Alaska? Where do I get a ticket? That was by far the most common question that was coming through. And so if you're one of those people that have been wondering, then there you go. There's your answer. And we want to make sure that everyone knows, no matter where in the world you are, you can still play. So I'm really glad
Yes,
you picked
we
that question
have
up.
people playing in Japan and New Zealand, and
Mm-hmm.
shout out to Dwayne in Australia. He's got a crew down there that's playing. So
Oh,
anywhere in
fun.
the world, anywhere in the United States, you know what? This is just such a fun thing that happens every season. Every season is exciting and different. There's no politics. There's nothing super stressful about this except watching the ice melt. And I mean, it's so funny. We're all just sitting here glued to the screen watching ice melt.
Yep, it's kind of crazy, kind of quirky, and so much fun all at the same time.
Well, we have some fans that are on here every time with us, and Barry is one of those, and he makes great comments. So he says we need a John Madden telestrator to mark up the screen so we can point, like with our little pointer instead of our fingers, I guess.
Oh, that would take it to a whole nother level. I feel like I'd need a computer out here for that.
Right? Yeah. And, that's a good point is they're in Nenana. It's very limited internet, really.
Yeah.
And you're just there on the riverbank with the cell phone and a couple of cameras. And, we have technical issues. We have audio issues. We have the wind issues just because of where we are. We're doing our
Yeah.
best out here.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I can't tell you how many times I've had so many amazing ideas and I'm like, "Hey, this is how we're gonna pull this off," and then I'm like, "Oh yeah, the internet." And oh yeah, I don't have a power source out on the river. It's like I
Right.
have all these super grand ideas of how we're gonna be able to set things up, and it's just a matter of time before we get um, super high speed internet out here, and you know
Oh, yeah.
it'll
How
come
is that
eventually.
going?
But I don't know what the updates are honestly, but I know that there have been efforts to get fiber optic out here. I know some portions of Nenana have it installed, but it's not residentially available yet.
Right. It's
As well
probably
as
at the school.
I can't remember. I know the tribe has it and possibly the
Okay.
school. So, and then there's Starlink too, and that's gradually rolled out, but you have to be on a wait list, probably
Oh,
of
right.
hundreds or thousands of people long. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, they're
That's what we're working on here in Washington right now. And I
mm,
think that's why we've got such great internet that I can host this,
yeah.
not only you and me and webcam, and it just floors me.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely helps to have your internet be able to carry the broadcast. Because I know last year when I was out here trying to do live broadcasts, to broadcast it to multiple platforms on YouTube and Facebook, it wouldn't even let me start the broadcast. It couldn't even go. So not only would have it had issues carrying the broadcast, but it wouldn't even start. So it's I'm so excited that we got it figured out, a way to do it this year, and we're just gonna keep troubleshooting. Like, guys, we're not going anywhere, so we'll keep upping our game and figuring stuff out, and especially as more
Okay.
infrastructure becomes available, then yeah.
We'll just give them a warning that next year we're going to blow you away. If you thought this was awesome, you just wait what we figure out in the next year.
Yeah, we are in we are constantly improving and learning new skills, so it's really exciting for us too, honestly.
Amy, I have to say it's so nice to have somebody to talk to when
Yeah.
when you're sitting out there by yourself and there's nobody to talk to. I would just chatter for hours and hours and hours. I'd come home, I'd be like, I just can't talk anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Well, honestly, it's so fun to hear all the little golden nuggets of just random cool stuff that you know. So I don't mind it. I love listening and I love chatting, and it's fun for me to have someone to chat with too.
Well, I tell you, I just absolutely love questions from people. I don't care if it's the same question 100 times in a row. Actually, what I'm starting to do with the questions is I'm going to take the questions that people are asking, and I'm going to make YouTube videos answering those specific questions so that in the future, we can make sure to get those up on the page, nice, concise, under 5 minute explanations
Yes.
of everything that people want to know about the Ice Classic. So please shoot the questions. I'm just keeping a running tab, and I will answer them directly on the feed now, but then I will keep the information for later as well. One of the great
Yeah.
questions I got this year that I have already done a video about was, do you think an earthquake could stop the clock? And I thought that that was a really good question because like if there was an earthquake right now and it set everything to moving around, I would think right now probably an earthquake could stop the clock because it would jingle everything up. All the water and ice would start sloshing around, and I think it probably would move the tripod. Sooner, though, in breakup, I should say earlier in breakup, I don't think it would because everything is so solid. I was standing on the bank once when there was an earthquake. I was watching the ice breakup up around the corner where Jerry was standing. And it was a pretty good earthquake. I felt it. I kind of felt a ripple go through. It was obviously an earthquake. So I would imagine it's probably about 4.5 on the Richter scale. And there was kind of like a ripple that went across the water from one side to the other, whereas generally the ripples go down the river. So that was a little weird, but a little bit of water, a little bit of ice broke up in the middle, but there wasn't really much that happened from an earthquake. So I think earlier in breakup, I don't think an earthquake would stop anything. I don't think an earthquake would break up anything because everything is pretty much solid. So yeah, ask away with your questions. Here's one though. What time is it now on the tripod clock? So it would be 10:54 on the tripod clock right now. Jerry has guesses for today every hour on the 29 minutes. So if you're a good vibes person, send good vibes for Jerry that it goes out on the 29 minute.
That's fun.
Right?
What a creative way to do it.
Yeah. Well, Jerry is part of pools, and I think that pools are really not known about with the Ice Classic, and they are so super cool. So if you go onto the tickets tab of the Ice Classic webpage, you will see in there that there are special rules for pools. So when you play in a pool, bye. Hubby went back to work, beard guy. When you play in a pool, you don't play by yourself, you play with your friends. And I know that sounds really funny, and I intend it that way because, don't play by yourself, play with your friends. When you do then is you have a group of tickets, but you don't have only one name on the ticket. When you play in a pool, like everybody's name is on that ticket. So you can play in a pool with 2 people, you could play in a pool with 100 people. So then when you play in a pool, then you have a better chance of winning. And depending on how many people are in the pool is how they divide the winning. So if you're in a pool with 2 people, one winning ticket is divided 2 ways. But if you're in a pool with 100 people, then one winning ticket is divided 100 ways. And I think that if people knew how to play with a pool, why wouldn't you play like with your whole family, right? Because then you don't have just one guess, you might be in on 30 guesses. So go check out those rules, and that's how you can get your friends to play with you and get in on the excitement. You say, hey, let's go in on this together and we'll have better chances of playing instead of just playing by yourself.
Right, and because the tickets are $3 a piece, you might only have so many tickets that you want to buy or can afford to buy. And if you just combine it with other friends or family, then that just amplifies all of your chances to win. Yes, the jackpot would be smaller for each one of you, but it's still going to be more than your investment in the tickets, at least depending on how many tickets. I have seen it happen before where the amount coming back is less than they spent on the tickets, but that's only when you're buying a whole lot.
Amy, can you imagine the kudos? I won the Nenana Ice Classic.
Yeah, seriously.
The money is nice, but could you imagine putting that on a t-shirt and being like, I won the Ice Classic? Yes, yeah. I did. I'll tell everybody all about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's super fun.
Cool.
Yep. So I'm also seeing downriver a little bit. This section back here is opening up a lot more. It's just, slowly carving away. Right. Let's see, right back here. This section. Yep. I saw some ice carving away the edges and lengthening it a little bit. So, slowly but surely it just opens up more and more. Yeah, the patches are getting bigger for sure. They're all just kind of starting to meld together. So, I'll show you upriver too. So let's see, right up here. So So here's another big patch that has continued to get bigger. And then back here is another big patch. And they've been expanding since I've got here. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty cool. We have more people who have joined us on the riverbank. How
Oh,
fun.
nice.
Yep. So yeah, I imagine we're gonna have quite a few people trickling in and out throughout the day.
Oh, yeah.
So
So
yeah,
it's about,
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so it's about 50 degrees in Nenana. It's a little bit breezy today. You can tell because there's a little bit of audio going on there. But that's the way it is out there. And it's a beautiful day.
Yep. Yep. And we'll see if, how much the temperatures raise throughout the day. Maybe the wind will go away, who knows, but for now I've got a coat on, it's breezy, but I can still feel the sun, and that feels really nice.
Oh, I did something weird there to my screen. Sorry. Did that get it back? Oh, no.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. Okay, so every once in a while I'll hear that sloshing sound and I'm like, where is it? Where is it?
And it's
And
never right where you have the camera pointed.
no, and it's so subtle, and yet you can hear it. It's like my ears perk up as soon as that sound happens. It doesn't seem like it would be that loud to hear it, but you do. Your ears pick up on it, they catch it, and you're like, where is this happening?
Ooh, nice.
So let's see, there's another comment that you had pulled up about the guesses being down to the minute. I'm trying to find that one, but even if we don't, I want to speak to that one because it is so true. So yeah, Shan says, I'm always amazed when people win because it's down to the minute. Yeah, like if you think about it, it's so crazy. What are the chances to get the exact minute that the tripod pulls the clock? And it's funny because my brother was wanting to get in on the guessing this year, and as we were just talking about it, a funny question came up, and he was like, "So I really want to know what are the odds of winning?" And so we actually calculated the amount of minutes from the earliest date it's gone out to the latest date it's gone out times however many days times however many minutes are in those days. And you know what? I don't remember the number. I should just go and recalculate it. But the odds of winning the Ice Classic are way, way better than most any other lottery or like other guessing games. Like, because there's only so many minutes in that month, and yeah, there's a lot of minutes, so don't get me wrong, it's still crazy to win, but the amount of minutes is finite, and it's much higher much higher odds than many of the other lotteries or things that are out there. So I just thought that was a super fun way to think about it. It's like
Right.
1 in 330,000, which comparatively are pretty good odds.
Hey, Amy, I got to run for a little bit, but I will be
Okay.
back and I'll hop back on.
All right, sounds good.
All right. See you in a
Yep. So yeah, here we go. We have some chatter in the comments about the tripod is already sunk. It's sunk into the ice. Exciting. It'll go today or tomorrow. Yeah, it's really hard to say, but I'm right there with you. I'm thinking today or tomorrow might be the day, but of course, that's not any official statement by any means from the fan page, and definitely not from the Ice Classic. Now is a really good time to remind everyone, here at the Nenana Ice Classic fan page, we are not affiliated in any official capacity with the Nenana Ice Classic. We're just diehard fans that love watching the river and love sharing it with the world so that everyone can get on watching the river too. And so anything that we say is not official statements at all. We're just having fun here on the river. But in order to get the official statements, you can go to nenanaiceiceclassic.com, and that's where they have all the information about the Ice Classic, about the tickets, about the ice measurements, about how to place guesses, all of that. So you can always check their webpage and information. They also have a Facebook page themselves that is up and running now, which is so exciting. So you can find them, Nenana Ice Classic. That's their Facebook page. And so they will have all of their official statements available there as well. Those are the two official sources. On the web page, there will also be a webcam that has 30-second camera shots that update every 30 seconds. So even when we're not here on the river, you can always take a look at that webcam all year round. So those are the official sources, and Rebecca and I just have a whole lot of fun out here. So here we go. Let's see, I'm trying to see what else may be going on out here, but you know what? It doesn't seem like there's much changes happening for now, but we'll definitely keep the camera up and running. I have my my time-lapse GoPro camera capturing what's going on right now, so we'll just sit back and watch. Again, I did want to speak to what Rebecca was saying earlier about the questions. You know, all the quirky questions or the things that you always wished you could know about the Ice Classic. For sure, put them in the chat. It is so much fun to hear the questions, and Rebecca is doing a fantastic job doing kind of that Q&A archive for the YouTube channel, so that it'll basically turn into the most frequently asked questions. You can go to YouTube and find the answers there and have those quick, informational, and fun videos that give all the answers to those fun questions. So keep them coming. We love to hear what people are thinking, what people are wondering, and you know, sometimes as us on the chat and having seen this happen over and over again, we don't always know what people don't know. So we sure chatter a lot and hope that there's you know, fun little tidbits of information that comes out from that. But really, it's your questions that drive all the fun information that comes out. So don't hesitate to ask. All right, so Tammy is asking, did the timer trip yet? And the answer is not yet. The clock is still running. The tripod has tipped, but it hasn't gone far enough to pull the cord taut enough to stop the clock. So the tripod has to move 100 feet in order for the cord to be pulled tight enough for it to stop the clock. So right now it's still in the general vicinity of where it was set up, and it's blocked by a whole ice chunk. So let me see if I can. I'll point it out to you in here. So here's the tripod, and right here you can see that white patch. It's a huge ice berm thing, and so right now it's currently caught on that. Right behind it, you can see the dark patch behind the tripod. That is open flowing water. So if there was something that that dislodged the tripod, then it could potentially go further downriver. But for now, it's really got ice chunks jammed up in it, in between the logs, and it's caught kind of on that corner. So who knows how long it'll be before that gets dislodged. But the alternative way for tripping the clock is if somehow the flag line, if it gets pulled by a chunk of ice downriver, that can also potentially trip the clock. And that's happened before, where ice has pulled it and tripped the clock instead of the tripod itself. But it's still perfectly legal within the rules of the game, so it still counts. However the clock stops, that's the game for the year. So great question. We are still all eyes on the tripod, waiting to see what happens and how it happens. Oh, I'm hearing more of that sludgy ice sound, but I'm not quite seeing where it's happening. It is such a slow melt, guys. It's so interesting how each year is completely different, because this is definitely way less climactic than many of the other years that I've watched. A lot of times there will be huge ice chunks that are floating downriver and crashing into each other, and you can see it all, coming up every which way, all these icebergs that are jammed up to each other, and that's just not happening this year. So I guess it is happening kind of upriver. So anyone who is watching last night, I did the update back here behind the train bridge. There is a whole berm of ice chunks that have crashed up into each other right where the open water ends. So it's happening. There are ice chunks that are coming down the river, but they haven't made it this far yet. You can see there's still a lot in between that has to get broken up, and it's slowly eroding, but definitely not a fast and furious breakup this year. All right. Oh, this is a great question. Thank you, Tom. Okay, so Tom asks, is the tripod recovered in its entirety? Oh, and hold on one sec, because there is ice moving. I will come back to this question though. But do you guys see that? Oh boy. Okay, right here. This is where the movement is happening. Oh, wow. It's really breaking up. Some of it is pulling the it's pulling the flags. Do you guys see that? Ooh, yes. Ah, see, this is why we get so giddy here out on the river. Wow, look at that. Oh, yes. I love it. Oh, I love this part so much. I don't know if you can hear the sounds, and I'll shut up so that you might get a chance to hear it. But that's the sloshing sound I'm talking about. Ooh, I love that sound. Oh, this is so exciting, guys. Yep, this is, oh, can you see that big chunk? It's lifting up the flags. It's pulling them. Ooh. Wow. and then the ice chunks are submerging under the rest of it, so it might come back up downstream. So that's kind of what happens. These icebergs just kind of, they dive underneath the other surface ice. Oh, yep. Okay, it did come up right in this open water back here. That's where those ice chunks are coming up, and they're going to continue to erode the other portions, because every time those ice chunks pop up in these open water sections and it collides with the edge, it erodes more and more of that ice out. Ooh, this is the fun part, guys. That's why I love being out here. It's just so much fun to watch all that happen. Okay, so look, this is what just opened up right here. This was not all one continuous open patch, but now it is. So it was kind of like this part was kind of jammed up right here, and it all just broke free, came down, and crashed into this section right here. It was grabbing the flags, but it's all stopped now, although those flags are now definitely all mixed up into the ice there. So there'll probably be some more grabbing action later as this keeps breaking up. But the flags have raised up off the ground a bit. Those used to be laying pretty far down, but that shows that it's gotten a little tighter. Wow. Okay, that was cool. So back to Tom's question. Okay, is the tripod recovered in its entirety? Nope, they are not. So every single year, a new tripod gets constructed. I have not seen this, but I have heard stories of there being collections of tripods downriver, especially in Tanana. Apparently, there could be. I haven't verified this, but there could be a pile of tripods down there that people collect. It is made of wood, so it's not like it's not like metal is being polluted into the river, but it's all made of wood, so it floats downriver as far as it goes until it gets caught somewhere. But each tripod is new every year, and they are not retrieved. They're not brought back to Nenana. Sometimes people do go downriver just to look for it, though, for fun. A lot of times people will find the flags just because they're so bright and colorful. Those are easy to find downriver. We've also had people retrieve the flags. So, yeah, the tripod isn't recovered in its entirety, certainly not every year, but there are spots downriver there where they have found them. So really good question. Another question that we have here is, are the flags connected to the tripod? Yes, they are. So that is the cord that connects the tripod to the clock tower. And that is what, when it's pulled tightly enough, will stop the clock. So there's many ways that can happen. Of course, primarily the tripod, as it moves, will pull the flag cord, but ice chunks can also do it too. So either way, however Mother Nature decides to pull the cord that year, that's what happens. So the cord runs from the tripod all the way up and is connected to the clock tower right up there. You can see the cords go up to the clock tower where they have it set up to stop the clock as soon as it gets pulled just the right way. Okay, so another question. Can you show us the clock today? That is a good question, and right now this whole section is barricaded off mostly because, we want to protect those cords and make sure that no one accidentally trips over them. But I might be able to go watch the clock later, and especially if the tripod stops the clock, then yeah, we'll be able to go and look at that. But for now, they're kind of asking people to stay out of the barricaded zone, just to maintain the integrity of the game and make sure nothing gets messed with in the middle there. But just, for fun, let me see if I can see what time the clock says. So right now, the local time is 12:19. So on the clock right now, it would say 11:19. So that's what we're looking at for the clock time. Let's see. All right, so far it's looking pretty steady. No drastic movement that I can see right now. But we'll keep the eyes on the tripod. Go. So I'm trying to readjust it here real quick. There we go. So I'm also going to take a little break. It's noon and I still haven't got to eat breakfast yet. So I'm going to take a little eating break, and I'll definitely still have the live feed running. But I'm just going to turn on some background music so we can sit and chill and watch. If for whatever reason, the background music isn't your thing, then you can go ahead and just turn the volume off. I'll give you a heads up when I start commenting again and come back on screen. So for now, we'll just chill and listen to the music while we all watch the ice together.
Hey everybody, Rebecca's back here. Came back, had to run some errands. It's so awesome to be able to watch the river like this with you guys. Like, it's super cool now. We're all sitting here watching the ice together. I can't believe we can still do that. Technology is pretty awesome, I gotta tell you. All right, so I wanted to answer some questions. Has the clock stopped yet? No, it has not. The tripod is sitting there out in the middle of the river, over on its side. It's got its top toward the clock tower, so we're looking straight down, like if we were looking down straight from the top to the tripod. As you can see, the clock tower, so we're looking straight down, like if we were looking down. As you can see, the flags are down in the water. So maybe some ice could come by and take the flags out and stop the clock. But, right now, probably not a possibility because we're not seeing any big chunks come down. So no, the clock has not stopped. Let me see here. What time is it on the tripod clock right now? It would be 11:49 on the tripod clock right now. Clock has not stopped. We're sitting here waiting. We kind of think nothing much is happening, but I'll bring you back here to Amy's camera as we're sitting there. It's warm. The ice is melting. Things are moving around little by little. And let me tell you, though, it wouldn't take much for this whole thing just to go bloop down the river. So that's why we're just sitting out here. It's the slow-mo reality show. It takes forever for the 30 seconds of excitement to happen. Let me see. What else can we talk about? I was seeing some other questions. Oh, somebody said, they didn't get to play this year. And I want to remind you that there is a way to play even if you're not in Alaska. You just go to the official Nenana Ice Classic website, nenanaiceclassic.com. And on there, you will be able to look up that information there about how to get a ticket, how to enter and guess, even if you don't live in Nenana. You just write down your guesses on a piece of paper along with your contact information, and you send it to the Nenana Ice Classic, and they will fill out your tickets for you so you can totally play even if you don't live in Alaska. That's super cool. Let me see. This is as exciting as the Kentucky Derby. I agree. Like, I am obsessed, and I can't believe that I get to sit here with you guys and watch the ice melt. This is just, I think, a fabulous tradition that they have in Nenana. It's been going on since 1917. They have records every year since 1917 of when the ice went out. So, I mean, this is a really important event. So that's what I find is so interesting about it. It's got such a rich history. There's so much about it that is totally unique and totally the way that they used to do things, because this is a really traditional led event. Like, things don't change very quickly. And that's what I really want people to know about this, is there's so much unique information that I want to share with people. One of the things I want to suggest you do is if you can go click on our Facebook page, Nenana Ice Classic Fanpage on Facebook, then you can go and you can scroll through all of the posts I've put out this year. It's I'd probably say I've put out 200 posts this year. So if you haven't seen that many, then you need to go find what you missed, because I think everything I share is really important. You may not think that because you may not be as obsessed as me, but go check it out, because there's really interesting information there. I talk about the tickets. I do a lot of comparisons between the years. I do a lot of comparisons between the days of the months. So go check out those videos. Now, I'm also really trying to move some things over to YouTube. So go check out our YouTube channel. Once again, Nenana Ice Classic Fanpage on YouTube. I'm not trying to move everything to YouTube. That's not my intent. I'm going to stay on Facebook because I really like this platform. And this platform works really good for the internet in Nenana. So we're going to stay on Facebook. But what I really want to do is I want to put videos on Facebook to explain all the ins and outs of the Ice Classic, because I don't want all the things that I know to just go away because nobody else knows them. So I'm super interested in getting some questions, what you want to know about the Ice Classic. I will answer them here, but also, good questions make good videos. So somebody wants to know, why is the clock set to Alaska Standard Time? That's totally a video I'm going to make. But that's the kind of question I want, because I can say that over and over again here, and I totally don't mind doing that. But then somebody coming in whose first exposure is YouTube, I want them to also know the answer. So that's really what I want, is I just want people to know about the Ice Classic. All right, so let's see. You know what? This is a fabulous platform we're using here because I can control all these little notes down at the bottom. I can respond to your comments. Please comment. I'm loving being here with you guys again. This is a current view of what's going on with the tripod here in Nenana, Alaska. It's about 50 degrees. Not much is going on. There's not a lot of wind blowing. There's not a lot of movement in the river right here that we're looking at. I'm going to switch over here to the webcam. Let me make sure that's updated. So this is what it looks like out there for the webcam. I feel like having this platform makes this reporting so much fun. No, the clock hasn't stopped. The tripod is laying out there in the middle of the river. The flags, as you can see here, are laying down in the water. There's a little bit of ice pooling up around the flags there. But keep in mind that between the riverbank and the tripod, there's about 300 feet. So that's a lot of space out there that we're looking at. I know when we just look at it with our eyes here, it doesn't look like it's that far, but it really is a long ways out there. The tripod has fallen, so it's facing the tower. So there's a lot of give in the lines there. You can see in this view, the wind is blowing a little bit. We've got one of the lines there across the screen. There's a lot of open water back there around the tripod. I was here a little bit earlier looking at it, and I can see now it's all open there just above the tripod in this view. So we'll just go back to this. Oh, look at that, what we can do. We can see them both at the same time. Let me take that away. There, look, now we can see them both at the same time. We can see what it looks like down from the riverbank and also up from on top of the tower. That is pretty awesome. When I was on the riverbank, I wasn't able to do this. And being on the riverbank is super awesome. But I have to say, this is really cool too, because it's so much more interactive for me. I have people to talk to. I have comments I can make. I can look at the camera in different directions. This is super, super cool. And I'm so glad to be able to talk to you about this, show what the Ice Classic is about, expose people to it, because this is just a fabulous thing that goes on every single year in the spring in Alaska, no matter what else is going on in the rest of the world. This is not political, right? This is just fun. This is just fun. And then you add in that you spend $3 on a ticket to guess when the ice goes out, and you could win $250,000. Do you realize that the jackpot this year is almost $250,000, $222,101? That's incredible. Why wouldn't you want to play? That's one ticket. Do you know that there are people who buy 10 tickets? There are people who buy 20 tickets. There are people who buy 100 tickets. My friend Jerry, who was reporting for us, she had in on, I think it was 472 tickets, and yes, she still has some tickets remaining for today. Go Jerry. There are people though who buy 1,500 tickets, 2,000 tickets. You don't have to go like quite that crazy, but you know what happens when you buy tickets for the Ice Classic? The jackpot goes up, because the jackpot is a percentage of ticket sales. So the more tickets that are sold, the higher the jackpot is. Now, it's also really good for a donation for Nenana, because so much of the money that comes into the Ice Classic has to be donated, because the Ice Classic is a nonprofit. So they donate money to Alaska things, Alaska Special Olympics, Alaska Cancer Walks, special events going on in the town. I noticed that they just sponsored this missing and murdered Indigenous peoples. They sponsor things like the 4th of July party. They sponsor things. The kids all get presents at Christmas. So the Nenana Ice Classic really gives back a lot to the community in donations, but also they give back to the community in wages, because the Nenana Ice Classic tickets are all counted by hand, which means then that the labor pool comes from Nenana. So the people that may not have any other job at any other time during the year can have this job at the Nenana Ice Classic. So all that money that you are paying for your tickets really goes to support Nenana. It goes to support the jackpot. Win-win, right? All right. So let's talk something else about the tickets. So the ticket price went up this year. It's okay. It's the first time the ticket prices have gone up in 23 years. Everything is going up, right? Okay, so I don't know, that's kind of lame. But really, everything is going up. Okay, so it costs more even for the Nenana Ice Classic to operate more than it did before. So raising the price of the tickets is really, I don't think, that major of a thing. When the ticket price is raised, though, that means that if you buy the same number of tickets, the jackpot's going to be higher. Well, who doesn't want that, right? So I was just having fun, and I wanted to know what it would take for the Ice Classic to have $1 million jackpot, because that would be totally awesome, right? I don't know, though. That's a lofty goal, but I wonder. So I did the math with the percentages of ticket sales. It would take the Nenana Ice Classic, they'd have to sell 813,000 tickets to have $1 million jackpot. That's pretty incredible. I don't know, though. That's way out there. That's a lot of tickets. All right, let me refresh the webcam here again.
So, hey, Rebecca, I'm back, and there's an ice chunk that's floating down right now.
Yes, there is. Let me make you big.
Looks like it's just about ready to collide. Ooh, yeah, this is
Woo!
fun.
This is what we live for.
Yep.
Everybody, look.
Ooh, yes. I love that.
Woo! Is that pulling into the flags at all?
It hasn't quite hit the flags. Oh, now it did. But the flags are all kind of jammed up already. So the new stuff isn't really pushing or pulling them anymore. Yeah, the flags are really mixed up into some of that ice flow already. So unless the whole thing moves, it's not going to move the flags.
I don't know. It could, though.
Yeah, it could. Well, there is that one piece that just submerged, and it kind of rippled the flags a bit. And let me turn this to see if it's going to pop up downstream on the other side. of that
Oh, look
opening.
at those flags reflected in the water. That's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, those flags used to be in the water. And so,
Really?
yeah, yep, they were.
Oh, so the ice is moving the flags.
Yeah, that happened when the big pull on the flags happened. It raised them up. So it's been like that ever since. Which it was on camera. You guys, whoa, whoa, something's happening.
What? Go back, go back.
Some big chunk maybe underneath. I didn't see anything coming, but there was some sort of a push from underneath, a shove right up from underneath on this chunk right here.
Woo. So I was looking there at the webcam and the flags seem to be hung up on that black pole, correct?
They're not hung up on it. It's touching it, but I
Okay.
wouldn't say that it's hung up.
All right. Well, I have been there at a breakup when the flags were wrapped around the post like that, and then
Oh,
the tripod kind of went down river and the flag stayed wrapped around that pole. So, I mean,
oh,
that's a total natural occurrence, and that is a factor to think about.
yeah. Well, it could happen. I mean, there is a cap on it. So if the flags did get pulled further downstream, it probably would stay wrapped around it because it wouldn't be able to flip over the top really.
Right, because they're very low. So if you had a piece
Mhm.
of ice that came down and snagged onto those flags and the flags are stopped by that pole, if there's enough force, it would stop the clock.
Yeah. Yep, good point. So many nuances here.
Mhm.
Okay, well, yeah, it looks like it calmed down for now. I'm not seeing any more chunks flowing at this moment, but I'll keep my eyes out for you and I'll always direct the camera that way if I see anything.
Awesome.
So you were just talking about the ticket sales and all of that.
Yes. Do you want me to continue? Or was
Well, yeah,
that
I
now
was
I
gonna
want to talk
say.
about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll keep talking. It's been a while since I got to do this, so I like it. Okay, let's go. Oh, yes, ticket sales. Where was I? Oh, $1 million jackpot. Right.
Yep.
Okay. So, not that I'm saying that I want the Nenana Ice Classic to have $1 million jackpot or to sell 813,000 tickets, because I think that would overwhelm them at this point. However, I think the potential is out there to sell a lot more tickets than what they are currently selling. And I want people to have a bigger jackpot. And also, I want things to be good in Nenana. So that's why I want to promote the Nenana Ice Classic, even though I'm not employed by the Ice Classic. I'm just a totally obsessed fan who thinks that more people should know about this. So that's why I want people to buy more tickets. So tell your friends. Tell your friends about this crazy game where we stand around and watch ice melt, and you watch us watch ice melt, and we talk about melting ice, and we look at melting ice, and we tell you we hear melting ice. And yet it is really, to me, it is so exciting and so thrilling. And I was just telling my friend that standing on the riverbank is so fabulous. Like, it's so big of experience. It's almost like an earthquake, right? Because the ground is shaking and the ice is going and the wind is blowing. But yet, honestly, sitting here in front of my computer, getting to watch both the webcam and the shore, and I get to talk to you and I get to chat with Amy, like, this is so much better than the way it was when I was just standing on the riverbank. So I'm
Uh-huh.
really excited about this. And I think that, I was so sad to leave, but yet here I am, and I can facilitate this so much more with your help, Amy, and with Jerry's help, and the videos from Lorinda and Mike. Like, we are
Yeah.
supporting Nenana, all of us together. And I think that's what makes this fan page special.
Yeah, totally. I hear you on that. Like, this is such a fun community to be a part of. Like, I mean, Nenana, but specifically the fan page community, because we really just pull together to not only love the Ice Classic, but to get this information out to as many people as possible. And we just love supporting the Ice Classic, and we know that they are so swamped with just the day in and day out operations of this whole thing. They don't necessarily have the manpower to have a person on the river all the time, or to do
Right.
these constant updates. And so we love to fill in that gap, that need, and just be there to answer the questions and have fun and
And
capture as
we
much footage as we can.
and we totally 100% support the Ice Classic. Like, we're
Yep.
not trying to do more, better, different instead of, like, we are just totally supporting them. This is the first year that they've been on social media, so go check their
Mhm.
pages out.
Yep.
Go find, I know they have a YouTube page, go subscribe to it. They have Facebook now, go follow them. They're on Instagram. Like, go support them, because the more we support them, the more people will support the Ice Classic as a whole, right? So
Yep.
that's why we're just like, buy some tickets, tell your friends, and join us for fun in watching the ice melt.
Yep. And those official sources are irreplaceable. So, definitely go, and you can get it straight from the source now that they're on social media. It's only to your advantage to subscribe to
Right.
theirs as well, because they will have all of the official information.
And
Um,
share their posts too. Don't be like,
yep.
we only support the fan page. Go
Yeah,
follow them
totally.
and support them.
Yep, share it all. We share their posts onto our page too, so that people, it gets more exposure for them as well. And
Right.
we all want to support each other and build the Ice Classic for Nenana.
Amy, I get so busy talking, I forget to refresh the fan page, the webcam. Okay, so here's a comment about why don't they sell tickets online? If you want to have more ticket sales, it would be good to have a way for people to buy tickets online and make their guests online as well. So I know that the Ice Classic board has talked about this. There are some other guessing games and games in Alaska, but the Ice Classic has to abide by the Alaska gaming laws. They do have a special permit because this is the one of the kind thing in Alaska. But right now, at this point, they are not allowed to do that because their special license states that the tickets must be sold in Alaska. So, that was kind of written before, all the internet and stuff was such a prominent part of our lives. But it's so great that there is a way for people outside of Alaska to participate. I know these days we all want to do things with our debit cards, but when you buy tickets and you are not in Alaska, you need to send in a check or a money order. You can get a money order at a post office or at a grocery store customer service desk. And then you send that in, $3 a guess, with your guesses to the Nenana Ice Classic, and they will fill out the tickets for you. And then you can play even if you don't live in Alaska, but you have to have the tickets, your guesses postmarked between February 1st and April 5th. But it's so cool that you get to participate even outside of Alaska.
Yeah, and that is such a really good question about the online sales. And we want people to know that that really has been a topic of discussion. I know Megan, the director, has definitely been researching into it to try to find a way to make it work. But really, like you said, Rebecca, they have to abide by the Alaska state rules surrounding this. And so, until some sort of a solution is found around that, or until the rule changes, this is the best that we've got. And so we still love to tell people how they can get their tickets, but it's definitely not because of oversight that they're not online. They are actively
Right.
trying to pursue that.
But I also want to put out there that they don't necessarily want to sell 800,000 tickets. I mean, it
Yeah.
would be cool, but it would really overwhelm them at this point
Yeah,
because everything
grow
is
with
done by
capacity.
hand. So,
Yep.
they're not trying to make it difficult, but they have to make sure that they can get the tickets processed, they can get things written out because it's not all through a computer system. They actually physically look at and touch the tickets, like every single ticket. So
Mhm.
it's not just all a computerized, automated online thing. And they want to keep it that way because that brings in employment to Nenana. One of the things in Nenana is there is not a lot of employment opportunities generally, but especially for young people. But the
Yes.
Nenana Ice Classic employs the kids that come into Nenana to go to high school and teaches them how to have a job, how to show up for work, what's
Yep.
expected when you have a job, that you actually can get paid for your work. And those are things, right, that every young person needs to have. And this is one way that the Nenana Ice Classic can give back to the community. Why would they want to change that? So it's really this, you know, push and pull between, yes, they want to be automated so that everybody can play, but no, they don't really want to be automated because it will take away from what they're what they're actually trying to do in Nenana.
Yeah, and that can't be understated because it really, really is such a big deal to have this opportunity for locals, both teenagers and the adults. I mean, beyond just the employment, it literally is a gathering place. There are people that come out after the long winter and go to work for the Ice Classic, and that is the most exciting social interaction. We get to come back together and see each other on a daily basis, and it honestly is a big deal. And I know it's hard to understand when you're from a big city, or you know when you haven't just come out of an 8-month winter, but honestly, that social interaction and that it's such a big deal for the people who are employed there, and it's something that people really look forward to every spring.
Right. There are even people that have been employed by the Ice Classic like their entire lives. There was a
Yep.
lady that lived in Nenana named Nina Alexander, and she worked for the Ice Classic for more than 75 years. Like
Wow.
75 separate seasons she worked for the Ice Classic. That's
Wow.
incredible. What support, like, for your community, for this event, that just blows me away. And
Yeah,
in
totally.
that 75 years, she had done almost every job. Now, there are some jobs that are harder to do, being the watchman, they usually keep that for the men to do, putting up because the same men do it every year. I don't mean it's a manly job. I mean, that's their job, right? And then there are things like putting up the flags, putting up the clock. So
Mhm.
not just anybody does those. There the people who are doing that have been trained to do that. So
Yes.
I mean, this is really important in Nenana that this tradition continues so that one person teaches the next person how to do this. Like that's
Yep.
really incredible.
Yep, totally. It really is quite the operation, and it's not something that can just be switched at the drop of a hat, nor should it be switched at the drop of a hat. It's really, really fascinating to see the inner workings of the Ice Classic, and especially how it has survived for 100 years. And more than 100 years at this point. And I noticed we haven't talked about this in the last couple live feeds, and so now's a really fun opportunity to bring up the documentary that was done about the Ice Classic a few years ago, and it is phenomenal. It is so much fun to watch, and it really goes into so many of the details and the history of the Ice Classic that it's so well done, guys.
Yes, go find it. Now, I bought it on Vudu, but I've heard it's on Tubi. I've heard it's been on the Apple Play. I don't know what it is. I don't have Apple Play Store.
Uh-huh.
Like if you have Roku on your TV, just search up classic and then you need to look for the tripod because that's what's on the front of the movie is the tripod. It
Yep.
is such a good documentary.
Yeah. So it's called Classic, just like Rebecca said. And I do believe that it's available for free with ads on Tubi. So there's other
Woo!
places to get it too. Even if you just rent it for 24 hours from Amazon or Google or whatever for $3, like it is so worth it. It
You
gives
will
you
love
a
it.
look. Yes, it will give you a look into Nenana and the Ice Classic that will be unforgettable. Honestly, I will say this. I loved watching the ice before, but after I watched that documentary, that's when my passion came out full force. When I saw the inner workings and all the amazing details that go into it, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is just so much cooler than I thought. And it it seriously
That's
just
the whole thing
awakened
for me.
this
Like,
passion. Yep.
right, that's the whole thing for me. Like, if I can just talk to somebody about it and I start telling them this great story, they are so enthralled and then they can't believe that you can take part in it.
Yeah. Yep, it is so fun. And it, like I said, it was that documentary that really got me so interested in how it all works and being involved. And it was because of that that I did sign up to do ticket counting last year. And it was so good for me. Like it was so much fun. It was just it was at a time in my life where I really needed something like that, and it helped me get through a tough time. And uh, it it does that for people, um, and
Right.
it was just fun. It was just fun and unforgettable. And I'll tell you, working with the computer program that is so archaic, it was like playing Pac-Man. Like, I
Yes.
mean,
So let me tell you about this computer program, okay? When they brought in computers way back, like in, I don't know, maybe it was the 80s, 90s, when computers first came out, they brought in computers. You know, they were the old DOS computers, right? So they're all the green screen with the little lines across it. And they had somebody come in and make a program specific to entering in the data from the tickets. These computers do nothing else, and it's all a closed system within what they have, and they still have all these old archaic computers
yeah.
that they use every year because they're fine, they work, they're only used for 6 weeks, and this system still works for them.
Yeah, we're talking about big honkin' desktop cubes, before flat screen desktops even came out. And let me tell you, it was so fun to get a throwback experience like that. It's literally just, the green on the gray, the green digital squares on the background screen. That's it. No complex graphics whatsoever. It's seriously just a data entry program, and you're doing all the keyboard codes to maneuver around the screen. It's crazy. You don't even have
Yes.
a mouse.
Totally. I mean, like, but it's so cool because it so
Yep.
works.
Yeah. And just as a fun fact, they did actually update some of those computers this year. They got some flat screen monitors. At least that's what I hear. And so they are working on updating those computers. And they also have a new program in the works. They're not using it yet. I don't even know if it's finished, but it's in the works.
That is so awesome. I'm glad that they are updating slowly and doing a good job with that. Hey, check it out. Like the cloud went over. Now the picture's
Yeah.
all dark.
Yep, it got dark. It got chilly, but still no major movement. But I've seen a few ice chunks here and there. In fact, I guess I'll show you right here. There's one.
Oh, Amy, your audio is horrible. Do you have in your earbuds?
you know what? That is the one thing I forgot to bring to the river with me today. But I
It's
I did
okay.
run and grab it. I can also
We'll
mute
deal.
myself if it's super bad. I'll just mute myself for a sec.
Okay. Hey, I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. So Amy's just looking here around a little bit. We had a cloud go over, so everything's a little bit dark, got a little bit windy, kind of messed up the audio a little bit. That's always a problem up there because you're out there in the wind and it blows across the microphones, and your microphones are in your clothes because you're wearing all these coats. And yeah, so that's just what the way it is out there. All right, I'm going to go and update the webcam here, and then I'll bring it back on the screen. This is fun. Like I'm being like a filmmaker, like a movie maker. This is cool. All right, so Lane says it looks like the line is tighter than it was a couple of hours ago. Yes, I would say absolutely it does. If you see in this picture here in front of you, you can see that the flags are down on the ice and they go across the ice out to the tripod. And then under, in between here and the tripod, which is probably close to 300 feet, right? Then the flags are down in the water. So when the flags are in the water, they're being pulled downstream. So yes, of course, they're a little bit tighter, and they're being pulled downstream very quickly because they are in this massive current that's coming down the river. This river goes by so fast. When I stood there on the riverbank looking at this in the spring, it's like I forgot how fast this river would flow. You can see that there is quite a bit of wind. Now we have the cables across here in front of the webcam. You can tell which way the wind is blowing by the cables. That's kind of fun. Let me see if I can get the webcam to go this way. Oh, maybe it didn't go that way. Okay. Let's see. We'll bring Amy back up here. How are you doing, Amy? Do you have your microphone back on yet? Yeah, so when I'm looking here at Amy's camera, I can see the water moving really swiftly out there between us and the tripod. I can see little ice chunks go down if you look really hard. I'm looking at this tiny little thing on the screen. But yeah, it looks to me like the water is moving swiftly. That's what this comment was. All right, let's see. Hello from Portland. Thank you for being on watch. This is just so much fun for us. You are welcome. We love to do this. But we are volunteers, you know, we're not employed by the Ice Classic. We're not official. All the official stuff comes from them. They're on social media now, so go check them out. Hey, Amy, why don't you tell them about your YouTube page? Are you there? Maybe she stepped away. Well, I'll tell you about our YouTube page. Go check it out. We're starting YouTube. Yeah, go check out our YouTube page. We're going to have lots of videos over there. I'm going to be sharing all this information that I share here when I talk to you live, but I'm going to be sharing it in a video on YouTube. All right. Are you back in Nenana for this? No, I'm not. I live in Washington now. And I have to say that being there on the river was super cool to actually experience this. But now I'm sitting here at this computer and I get to look at the webcam and I get to look at Amy's camera and I get to talk to you still. And I get to look at all of these comments. And I have to say that this is pretty cool. And I'm enjoying this quite a bit, that I still get to be here and talk to you and not be there. One of the problems is Nenana does not have super great internet, but where I am, I do. So I can host all of this, and it's so much better than it was before. So that's what makes me excited about that. So no, I'm not in Nenana, but it's like I am in Nenana. Has the clock stopped? No, the clock has not stopped. It's still ticking. Tick tock, tick tock. And we're all just sitting here watching the ice melt. And that's so funny to me because now I'm not even watching the ice melt. I'm watching Amie watch the ice melt, and you're watching me watch Amie watch the ice melt. Like, how much funnier could this actually be?
That is so hilarious, Rebecca. Yep. Well, I just noticed that my GoPro is out of batteries, so I'll need to, I got it set up in my car where it's charging again, so we could get another round of time lapse. But I'll have to pull the SD card out and get it on my computer before I can actually see the time lapse. But we'll
We will
keep
enjoy that
capturing.
whenever you bring it.
Yeah. Yes, sounds good.
So if y'all are tired of listening to us talk to each other and you want to see some really cool drone footage of what was going on yesterday, come out of this live. Make sure you come back though, but go out and go check out the Nenana Ice Classic fan page on Facebook because we post a lot of information and videos there. You'll find answers to your questions there. We have that great drone footage that Amy's husband Josh took for us yesterday. So you'll be able to see that there. I answer lots of questions. I put up lots of statistics about when breakup is. So go check that out, but then come back because we like having you here. Amie, are you watching something there?
Yeah, so there's an ice chunk that's floating right here. It's just crashed into the edge, but it's still making its way down. So yeah, have fun watching that.
Yeah, let's watch the ice. So cool.
And just as a side note, you were talking about the black pole that the flags were getting caught on. This is one of those. So, for those of you who are
Yeah.
wanting a visual, it is that it's right there that the flags are caught on this type of a pole with this little disc on top. So that's why it's hard
Yeah.
for flags to get uncaught from it if it's wrapped around it.
Yeah, I would think there would be no way it could get around that. It's going to stay wrapped around that pole. Look at all that ice come down, Amie.
Yep. So exciting.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, these are the cool
This
parts.
is the slow-mo reality show, folks.
Hey, that rhymes. Slow-mo reality show.
Amie, I'm so glad you got it. Isn't that a great hashtag?
It is. We definitely are going to keep that.
Yes, I've been using that because I'm like, if we ever make our own TV show, that's what it's going to be called.
Yep. Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
Right. And the other one that I like using is We Watch Ice Melt for Fun. And
Yep.
you helped me with that. And I think that's just so fabulous. That's part of our logo. If you guys can look up there in the corner on your screen, you'll see our logo, the Nenana Ice Classic fan page. We Watch Ice Melt for Fun.
Yep. And it is fun, if you can believe it or not. It is so much fun. And we just want to share that fun with everyone. Hey, we're like pulling out the rhymes here and there.
Right. Hey, somebody said this is like the greatest podcast. And it is kind of like we didn't really plan this. And this is not something that we can just like, plan weeks in advance. But this worked out great that this is going on today and you're there and I'm available. Like,
Yep.
this is fabulous.
Yeah, totally. Well, that's fun. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and it sounds like a fun podcast. I mean, like, dude, I would listen to this podcast.
Right? All right. Well, here's a question for me. What year did you start sharing live videos from Nenana? Well, I started the fan page with like a post or two in 2015, but I actually started it as under the name Nenana Ice Classic. But I changed that in about 2018 when Sherry asked me to separate it from the official Ice Classic name. And I was like, absolutely no problem. So I just added fan page onto it. So you might, I mean, if you're looking for some things from the early years, you might see it under that, but they weren't on social media at that point. But when 2018 came around, and I think that's about when they brought Facebook Live, or at least that's when I became aware of Facebook Live. And I was like, this is life changing right here, right now, right? Because now it wasn't just a picture, it wasn't just a video. Like I could talk to people about it because I felt really limited with the videos. But live, you have this chat going on. So I was there in 2018, 2019, and 2020. So I've witnessed now for the fan page like 6 breakups, but I saw a few before that I wasn't like documenting. And then I moved in 2020, and I really looked around Nenana for somebody to take over the fan page. But this is a lot, and I couldn't find anybody that would help me with it. So there was not any coverage in 2021. So when you see my compilations and things, I have very few photos. I was basically despondent, so I kind of ignored the whole Ice Classic for that season. So I didn't take many pictures from the webcam. I wasn't trying to find it in the newspaper or anything. But then in 2022, I my interest was renewed when people are like, "Why aren't you doing it? We need some information." So, but that was like in the middle of April. So like things were already happening. So I jumped in like 100%. I'm going to do this again. And I was working with people in Nenana. I was working a little bit with Jerry. And I saw Amy on the riverbank filming one day, and it just a light went on in my head. And I'm like, that is the person that can help me with this. So we worked a little bit together at the end of last year, and we've been talking and working together all this last year about how we're going to make this work. I've been teaching Amy some more about how the Ice Classic works. And so now we are here, and I just feel like the two of us together are like this superhuman team now. Like we work together so good, and we have good ideas, and I know how to do this and she knows how to do that. And working together, I feel like we are doing more now than I could have done still at the river.
It has been so much fun, and I love, all the details of the journey that you just shared. And it really was so serendipitous last season how it all fell together, and it honestly filled a place in my heart that it was just like waiting to happen. And it's really awoken a passion in me that I I knew was kind of there because of that documentary that we talked about, but this just took it to the next level. And I have loved being on these lives with all you fans. It has been so much fun for me. So I'm so happy that it all worked out the way it did, and that Rebecca invited me in, and we really are such a great team. It has been a blast.
Right. And we really are growing on social media, and I want to thank everybody that's here watching us. Growing on social media is not our focus. We want people to support Nenana. We want people to have fun watching this happen in the springtime. We want people to feel the excitement that we felt in Alaska when the spring finally happens. That's
Yep.
what we want to convey. And so, sometimes we get, oh, you're too loud. Oh, you yell too much. You talk too much. But this is exciting for us. Like, this happens once a year. Like, this is the greatest thing that's happened since February, you know?
Seriously. It's always such a long, hard winter for us all. And this breakup represents so much more.
Right. It's so much more. Uh-oh. What do we got going on here? Did we lose audio? I don't know. Maybe I just lost Amy. Anyway, yeah, so that's really what we want to do is we just want to share how cool this is with everybody else. And I'm
Can you
really
hear me
glad.
now?
I got you now. I got you now. I got you now.
Huh. That was weird. Don't know what happened.
You know, it's the internet in Alaska.
Yeah. And
See,
I
isn't
was
that a
also,
great thing? We can have all these technical difficulties and then we're just like, well, it's the internet in Alaska. It's okay. That's what happens. You're just a lady with a cell phone at the river.
it's a good scapegoat for sure.
All right, yeah.
But yeah, it does mean so much more for us here. It means winter's over, summer's right around the corner, and this really is the hallmark of that transition in the spring. The sun's coming back, the warmth is coming back, the daylight is coming back, and yes,
The
the mosquitoes are coming back, which
I
is
was
the
gonna
worst part
say
of it all.
I was gonna say, yeah, the animals are coming back. When Jerry was watching, she was
Yep.
seeing otters, she saw the swans go over, she saw geese go over. Like, that's a big deal.
Yep. Yeah, and honestly, I didn't even know we had river otters in here. That was such a cool discovery.
Amy, I never saw that. When I was there, I never saw river otters. All the time that I was out there, never saw one.
Yeah, now it really makes me want to go watch for them more often, or I don't know, maybe that was a rare thing, or maybe they're just super elusive. I don't know, but that was so cool. Jerry really got lucky to see those playing out on the
And
ice the other day.
And Jerry is just the sweetest. She's so excited. She's already making plans to come up next year. And, you know, she's watching this live, I'm sure.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so time on the clock right now in Nenana on the tripod clock is 12:39. In Nenana right now, it's 1:39. So it's it's probably pretty much the warmest part of the day right now, but it's going to stay warm for the next 4 to 5 hours before it even goes like down a temperature, like a
Mm-hmm.
degree or two. So this
Yep.
is prime watching time, baby.
Yep. Totally. And I actually have to check my phone battery. I have no idea how much is left, so I might have to take a recharge break. But let me check on that real quick.
Hey,
Sorry.
but you know the great thing about this, if you have to go recharge your phone, I can just hang out here and talk with the webcam, and we can just keep the live going so that we have eyes on the tripod.
Yeah, totally.
That is so amazing.
That was seriously the best discovery that you made today, because that changes everything. That was such a good idea to pull the webcam on.
I just discovered it. I was like,
okay.
Woohoo! Every new thing I discover, like, it changes everything.
Yep. Yep. So
like,
it's looking
right
like
now we could be on national TV doing this.
I don't know if we're quite to that level, but
No,
yeah, maybe
not.
someday.
Yeah, we're the Ice Queen dream team.
There you go.
That's right.
Okay, so it's looking like I have probably 15% battery or so left.
Okay.
So, I mean,
you want to go charge it up, and I'll just sit here and talk and watch the webcam.
Yeah, sure. I'm thinking not too much is going to change in the next while. So, yep, I'll take the recharge break.
I'm sure if anything happens, you will jump right back on. But
I will.
know when things started happening, I was so excited. I could hardly get the buttons pushed because I was so excited. That's the same way with making the post yesterday. You can go ahead and go. I'll just keep talking.
Okay.
That was the same with the post yesterday when the tripod fell over. I was so excited. If you notice, like I like to crop the pictures and whatnot and make it all look nice on the fan page. I was so excited. I didn't even crop the pictures. I was like, I took the screenshot and I posted it, and I was just so excited. Woohoo. And then I was like, Amy, you need to get down there. The Ice Queen Dream Team. I love it. We're kind of into rhyming around here, with the slow mo reality show.
We seriously
Yeah.
need to make a list of all of those. That is so funny.
Well, Amy, I have this little book. I showed it to you when we had our meeting, right? All these little things I write down.
All your notes? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Keep all these rhymes and jingles in there because we'll use them again. They're so funny.
Right. So if you have any that you can, send in to us, we would appreciate that. Or if you have any good questions I could answer, I totally love to answer questions, and I'll answer the same question over and over again. It's okay. I'm going to take some notes here. Oh, but I better refresh the webcam. If you know how to make it like do that automatically, that would really help. I don't mind pushing the button, but I forget sometimes.
So there was a question that came up while I was on my lunch break. And, there are some people out here on the riverbank that I was chatting with, and they asked, when does the river freeze over and when do you put the tripod on the ice?
Oh. Are you going to answer or you want me to answer?
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak to that one. So, as long as the audio is good. Is the audio good right now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. So, the river starts to freeze over around November, but it takes a good solid few months for it to be completely frozen over. Usually around January is when the ice becomes completely solid across the river. And so it takes, not only does it take the time, but it takes the temperatures. Usually it has to drop below, like -20, -30 degrees for a couple weeks in order to shore that up and make sure it's all the way frozen thick. But it it it's around January when it's usually frozen up all the way. Now, the tripod goes up always the first weekend in March. And so that's when we have this huge community celebration event thing that is super fun. That it is sponsored by the Ice Classic. It's called Tripod Days, and they have contests. They have shows, they have vendors. Anyone in the community can sign up for one of these vendors tables. So it's another way to give back to the community. It is just so much fun. And if you were watching on the Facebook page around that time of the year, you would have seen some of our posts about Tripod Days. I have a standing championship in the hula hoop contest.
Hey,
It's
I was the
super
donut
fun.
champion. I was the donut eating champion one year. And those donuts are those dry cake donuts, which you can
Right.
hardly choke down. So being the winner in that is like a real accomplishment. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Oh, and to clarify, I definitely did not and have never won the donut eating contest, but it sure is fun to participate because every single every single competition you participate in, you get $1 just for participating. And it's super fun. The winner gets $2. Sometimes, depending on the competition, it can get up to $5. So it's just so fun. It's another really exciting time for the community to come together. And we just have a blast. And then the culminating activity for that weekend event is Sunday afternoon when the community raises the tripod together, and it goes up and it's so inspiring. This was the first year that I actually watched the whole thing in its entirety, and we got it on live film. So if you're wondering what that looks like to have the tripod go up, go back into our archives, and we show the whole process of the tripod going up.
And
They
it takes a long time. It's
Yeah,
not like this thing they just drag out and stick in the ice. Like it takes like 2 or 3 hours just to set the tripod up. That's not even the whole week of preparation that goes in beforehand. That's just putting the tripod in the ice.
yeah, totally. So it it's just super fun. It's a really exciting time when the tripod goes up. It really brings the community together, but it's always that first weekend in March. And
Yes.
and then
First
the
full
games start.
weekend.
Yeah, the first full weekend in March. If it hits, March 1st is a Sunday, they bump it to the next one, so it's a Saturday and Sunday in March. And yeah, that's when the game starts. It's so fun to have the tripod out there. It tells the community we are one step closer to spring, and it's just fun.
It's another one of those winter activities. If you're familiar with Alaska, they have Fur Rondy in Anchorage. It's the same kind of thing. You get together, you come out of your house, you finally get together as a community, you're there for fun, you win some money. Like, it's a big deal.
Yep. I mean, even for the kids, like they look forward to it so much because, depending on how many games they participate, they walk home with a pocket full of cash, or actually, they usually don't walk home with a pocket full of cash because they're spending it on the vendors in there. There's treats, there's
Totally.
fun toys. So it's just a really fun way for the community to get together and to circulate. We just support each other. It is so much fun.
And they always come home with a backpack full of pop because there's the pop
Yeah.
scramble. So what they do is they get cases of soda and they take them out into the street and then they roll them all over the street and then they have a get ready, get set, go, and all the kids run and get the pop from the pop scramble. And my kids would come home with probably 30 cans each and I would be like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're not drinking that all today.
Seriously. It's like our year's supply of pop comes from comes from
Totally,
tripod
yeah.
days and 4th of July too. They have a
Oh
pop
yeah,
scramble there as well.
they do the same.
Yep. But hey, this is really interesting. KTVF news channel just showed up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, super fun. And I'm actually in my car charging my phone right now,
Yeah.
so
Well, go talk to them and see if you get on the news. They would put me on the news.
that would be so fun. So
Go tell them
right
who you
now
go
I
tell
will
them.
in just a
Yeah.
sec. Sorry, we keep talking over the top of each
Oh,
other. They're talking to Megan, the director, right now. So I'll
all
definitely
right.
let Megan, connect with the news guy, and I'll get
Have
back
her
out
moment.
there. And yep,
Absolutely.
yep.
All right.
So this is exciting to have the news out here watching with us. Woot woot.
Right. Well, I have a question here that I will speak to about the winners because I have some good stories. So you can go charge, you can talk to the news guys, you can do what you need to do. But you can also hop back on. I'm not like being pushy or nothing. Okay,
Yeah,
so I would
sounds
love
good.
to hear a shout out from past winners. Share the joy. Okay, so I think the most famous multi-year winner is named Tom Waters. He's won, I think, 3 times, maybe 4 now. He does a lot of scientific research. Uh, he makes a lot of guesses, but hey, he's won the Ice Classic a lot. So that's super cool. There's also another famous guy. Oh, and Tom Waters is in the documentary. So if you want to know about him, go check out the documentary. Also, um, there is a barber named Joe in Fairbanks who is also in the documentary. And he has won the Ice Classic twice. He won last year and then he won many years ago. So that's cool. He's in the documentary and he won again. I was so excited to see his name on there. There's lots of people from Nenana that have won. There's always the majority of people that win are from Alaska. I know last year, I think it was 18 winners, and they were all from Alaska. So that's super cool. I mean, we like everybody to play, but it's super cool too when the Alaskans win. In 2020, I was talking to a guy named Kyle, and it was super cool. 2020 was his first year playing, his first year making guesses, and he won. And he's so excited about that. That he's like, well, I don't know if I ever want to play again, because then I'll break my winning streak. I played and I won. So right now I've won the Nenana Ice Classic 100% of the time that I've played. So that's super fun. I personally don't know any other winners of the Nenana Ice Classic, but if you know of any other winners, that's pretty cool. I would love to hear the stories. I find them every once in a while on social media, so like that were in the news. But if you win, I would love to hear.
What about the barber guy?
Yeah, that's Barber Joe in Fairbanks.
Okay.
Yeah, he's so awesome. I met him once. Well, my husband went in to get his hair cut, and he started talking about the Ice Classic, which he does to everybody who goes in to get their hair cut. And so Bill was like, hey, my wife, she's the one that does the fan page. And he was blown away. He was so excited to meet me. And when I was there, I happened to have some stickers with me. So I gave him some stickers, and he was just over the moon that he had met me. So I guess I kind of have my own personal fan club, but we just love the Ice Classic so much. And that's just a shared passion among all of us here at the fan page. I really want this. I'm kind of changing the fan page. Like, I really used to be just like total official and kind of, I wasn't sharing as much information. And right now I'm really trying to make it more personal. This is our experience watching the fan page, and that we want all the fans involved. I've been sharing posts of people posing with the tripod and some YouTube videos that people have made about being in the Ice Classic. So, man, I just want everybody to love this. And anytime I start talking to somebody, they're like, this is just the coolest, weirdest thing I've ever heard of. So let's see here. I won my very first chainsaw many moons ago at Tripod Days. That's cool. Yeah, they give out lots of prizes. Even they do a lot of door prizes. So they give out a lot of nice stuff there. So see, that's another thing that your donation to the Ice Classic does, is it provides that fun. It provides the door prizes. Anybody is welcome to go to Tripod Days. It's not only for people from Nenana. So, if you get a chance and you're up that way, you should run up to Nenana, run down to Nenana, and check it out, because it really is old-fashioned fun. That's another one of those hashtags that I was using, because, it really hasn't changed much in the last couple of years. Same with the 4th of July celebration. It's the same as it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And that's what makes it fun. People are like, wow, this is just fun. It's just pure good fun. You can go down there. You can, there's a few food vendors. There's games. Once again, you can win money playing the games at 4th of July. So, it's a good family time to be there. Let me see here. I keep forgetting to update the webcam.
So just real quick, I'm going to give you an update. They are doing the news interview with Megan right now. And I did get permission to film it personally, but we're not going to catch it on the live feed right now because they want to air it first on the news channel.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I'm going to leave the live feed in here charging with you, Rebecca, so you take it away. But I will go and listen and capture it on my personal phone, and then we'll be able to air it later after it goes live on the news.
All righty.
So that's where I am, and I'll hop back on when I'm done with that.
All right. Okay, so Mikhail, I think that's how you say your name, wants to know, is there motels in Nenana? There are a few places to stay in Nenana. There are, so Amie is a part of the Verhagen family. There's a lot of Verhagens there in Nenana, and they have a lot of local businesses. So one of the Verhagens does run a motel there. I know that they also run some bed and breakfasts. The visitor center is also an Alaskan gallery with lots of fine art. They're made people there in the area that make. That's another one of her brother-in-laws. They have the little boys have a lemonade stand there in the summertime, and there is also an RV park in Nenana. So if you want to take your RV to Nenana, if you want to come camping in Nenana, totally doable. You should come check it out. And it's a super fun day trip. You can come down. It's only an hour out of Fairbanks. It's about 5 hours north of Anchorage and 300 miles. But you always have to make time for construction in the summer because it's not just 300 miles. It's 300 miles plus however long you have to wait in construction. Well, if you know anything about Alaska, yeah, construction is all summer, and sometimes you can sit in one spot for half an hour and you might have to go through 8 spots of construction. So you might have to sit there a while. So anyway, it's a beautiful drive and you should totally do it if you get a chance. So yeah, come visit Nenana. There are motels, there are restaurants, there's a post office, there's a grocery store. There's I said a couple of restaurants. There's a couple of bars. There's the railroad depot that you can go check out. That's super cool from, when they put that there in Nenana. That's pretty old. You can check out the airport. They're putting in some new facilities at the airport. They're going to be doing something with drones out of Nenana, and that's pretty cool. So that industry is coming into Nenana. Let me see what else. Yeah, come check out Nenana. It's a nice place. A lot of people come down to use it as a base to go out fishing in the summertime. People come through to go hunting in the fall time. Absolutely check out Nenana if you get a chance. All right. Well, I don't know. That's pretty cool. I was just looking at the webcam. Let me see if I can change what I see a little bit here. No. Oh, I know how I can do it. Here we go. We'll go back here. We'll change this and I'll zoom out here. And if you look here at this picture, oh, that's so small. Well, I'm trying to show you that here on the right-hand side, down in the corner, I know it's super tiny, you can see Megan talking to the newspaper people down there. So you can tell that this is really live coverage. That's cool. You know what? All news coverage for the Nenana Ice Classic, we totally support. Also, it's kind of funny. Do you see that car right there that was right next to the news people? That's Amie's car. That's pretty cool. So there we are right there in front of the tripod. You can see where we are sitting to bring you this fantastic live coverage. All right, let me see if I can change that back again. Give me a second, I'll get it recentered. This is just the coolest thing that I can do this. There we go. All right. Did I just understand that the news station wants to monopolize the big moment? No, I think they are just interviewing Megan, and they want that interview to be on TV before we show the interview with Megan. I think Amie is filming the interview with Megan. Megan is the manager of the Ice Classic, and they are totally entitled to their big moments. We don't want to take the big moments away from the Ice Classic. We want them to have their moments, but we want to share their moments. So when I share their posts to the fan page, please share their posts as well. Don't only just share my posts, go share the official Nenana Ice Classic posts. So let me see. Okay, I need something to talk about. So somebody needs to send me a message. Not that I can't just keep talking, but let's see here. Okay, time on the current clock in Nenana, I should say on the tripod clock in Nenana right now is 1 p.m. So if you're watching your tickets, 1 p.m. Thank you for commenting. It keeps me talking. Thanks for the live feed. You know what? This is totally awesome that we figured this out. I love doing this. This is so cool that I can share this with you and talk to you about it like I was sitting right there on the bank. Love it. Ah. These are some good questions. Okay, so Susan says, explain how the clock works, how the clock times work for Alaska time versus the rest of the time, I'm assuming. So let's see. Explain how the clock times. Okay, so many years ago in Alaska, there were a lot of time zones, like 4 or 5 time zones. And it was confusing because people needed to know what time zone the tripod was in, what, you know, to put on their tickets for the winning ticket. So the Nenana Ice Classic board got together and decided that they were going to put the tripod in Alaska Standard Time. And so it has been in Alaska Standard Time ever since. Even though the rest of Alaska springs forward in the springtime, the tripod does not. It stays put. So I like to remember that even though everybody else springs forward, the tripod stays put. Usually, the tripod is put up before daylight saving time starts. There has been 1 or 2 years when daylight saving time coincided with the first weekend when they put the tripod up. But that's another way to remember is that the tripod is usually put up before daylight saving time starts. So it stays in daylight savings time. I mean, it stays in Alaska Standard Time. So it is
Guys,
just
it's going. It's going. The whole thing is going.
Amy, you're on.
Yeah, it's moving. The whole thing is moving, guys. Watch this.
Woo!
Okay, the tripod itself stopped, but the ice. Look at the ice.
Look at it go. Oh, woo!
This is what we've been waiting for. Oh my gosh.
Has it caught up the flags and everything?
The flags are moving. Most of the movement is happening up here. So do you see
Look
this
at all that.
This whole chunk is breaking away. The whole chunk.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
And
the
you just
flags
don't
are
know where to
moving.
put the camera.
Okay, the flags are moving.
They're pulling.
Oh my gosh,
The
guys.
siren.
This might be it. Who knows? Oh my gosh, guys.
Look at that. Did it stop?
Wow.
No, it's going.
It's moving. The tripod and everything is moving. You can hear the ropes. They're pulling. It's pulling up.
Aye.
Oh my gosh.
Aye.
Guys, this might be it. Oh,
Amy,
I can't believe I'm here.
Excited.
Yeah.
Is there more ice coming down?
Nope. So far it's still that big chunk. That big chunk that's moving.
Okay, I'm going to show it up on the webcam real quick. Look at the difference. Can you see the difference? Look at that.
Oh, it got jammed up again. Oh. It stopped.
Look at all that came down.
Yeah.
Is there more coming down if you look up river?
Nope. It was just that chunk that broke free. There's no new stuff coming down. It's just still moving. Here, I'll switch around because the tripod itself is stopped, but
Oh, but there's still ice moving up there.
oh my gosh! What?
Yes! Yes!
That's the time. Oh my gosh.
So go get the time from Megan. Make sure we get the official time.
Wow, guys.
Woo!
Oh my
the
goodness.
siren.
Wow. I can't believe we were all here live watching this. We caught it on camera. Yes!
Oh my gosh. Oh, I have just pins and needles. I am so excited. You just wait till people come running down there. That's what the siren is for. Oh, and you got the news people there? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We'll do the sweep. You can see everyone who's here on the riverbank with us. We have an elementary school class. Woohoo! Everyone! Woo!
Oh my gosh.
We've got our principal. And wow, this is so much fun.
Oh my gosh, it happened today. Ah, Amy, I'm so thrilled.
Yeah, I can hardly believe it. Wow. I mean, it is a little anticlimactic because the tripod stopped before the siren went off. The tripod has just, it stopped and then the siren got pulled. So, but there it is, guys.
Exciting. Okay, go check and see if the clock is stopped.
Okay. Yep, let's go check this out. We've got Megan out there. We've got Olaf. We've got the watchman.
I would say the clock has probably stopped then. Go look.
Yep. Is it fine if we walk around back? Oh. Okay. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that, y'all. This is really, really good to know. So that first siren is not the clock. That first siren is an alert to tell people that things are moving. I had no idea. I didn't know that before.
I didn't know that either.
So the clock is still going, and there's a second line that will get cut when the clock actually stops. So we'll keep getting this ice moving for you. There is some new ice that's coming down. Oh my gosh, this is just fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
wow.
So still, the clock has not stopped.
Yeah, here, make sure to put that up as a...
I just did. The clock has not stopped.
Okay, yep, the clock has not stopped. We've got, it's so cute. I'm so happy that these elementary kids are here and get to see the action. What a perfect time to come out and see this. So here's the ice. I'll show it so that you can see what it looks like to have those big chunks flowing downriver. Wow, I'm kind of relieved that the clock hasn't stopped.
Amy, I have to say, I'm so excited. I never knew that about the siren, and I always wondered why the siren didn't match the ice going out.
Yeah.
So I've learned something too. That's so awesome.
That is so awesome. And the funny thing was, so this is incredible for the news channel too, because I was watching the news interview going on, and then all of a sudden we saw the ice, the whole tripod, all the ice was moving behind us, and we're like, oh, we're getting this on film. So the interview stopped, and we just all grabbed our cameras, and this whole thing
That's
went down.
so exciting. But now the news people don't have it on film.
And look, my boys just made it to the river too. Hi, James and Kenneth.
Yay!
The siren did go off, but the clock hasn't stopped yet. So it's still going. Isn't that so exciting?
Oh my goodness. Do you see anything coming downriver?
Is it about the time that we guessed?
We might. I don't know if we're going to win, but we might. It's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hope for Jerry. Her times are 29. All the hours are 29.
In my bag. Go look in the bag. Nope, right behind my chair.
So exciting.
Did you guys hear the siren from our house, or were you already bike riding here?
We were like, halfway, a quarter here. No, we were about halfway.
And then you heard the siren?
Yeah, we had we had been hearing it for a long time, but then when we noticed it was the siren, then we're like,
And then
when
you
we noticed it, we had already you know where the apes were staying, where the studs were staying?
Uh-huh. That's the point where you were at?
And where Joe and Lori were staying too.
Uh-huh. And then you
Yeah,
just rushed over here?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you got here just in time.
We stopped to say hi to Jordan and Levi and Jake. Yeah, they were great. Yeah, they were great. We only stopped. Yeah.
Okay, well, everything, the tripod is stopped. There's still a little bit of ice collision going on. Oh, there's some submersion going on. A big chunk just went underneath the ice. But I'm not seeing any new stuff come downriver. But we'll see. My goodness, what a big deal.
Yeah, Jerry just called me. She was like, what is going on? So I told her it's okay. It's okay. The time is still on. The clock is still ticking. So there's no winners yet. But thank you for the congratulations to the winners. I think it's going to go today.
Yep, I think so too.
Okay, so we just had the siren, which calls people to the river saying the ice is moving. So now we're just waiting for a little bit more ice movement to going on. But now the town is coming out to celebrate this. And there's news people there, so the news people get to see what's happening. Fabulous.
Yeah. I am so delighted that you all get to be on live, that I was here at just the right time. Man, this just makes my day. It makes my year.
Yeah? Oh my goodness.
Right now.
Can you imagine the reel we're going to make with us all screaming, there it goes?
Yep. This is just fantastic. So here you go. You all get to watch it live with us. This couldn't be any better.
Right. And tripod clock is about 1:20 right now. So this is like the final stages, but it could hang here for a couple hours.
It's true. It really could be a few more hours. We don't know what it's going to look like from here, but based on what we just saw, anything can happen, and it's all really mushy and rotten out there.
It is, but here I'm going to show what happened here. I'm going to go out with the webcam and I'll show a picture of that. So you can, let me see if I can get it so it's smaller. So anyway, you can see there on the picture that There is a big swath of open water right there by the tripod. Let me try this. Does that work better? Yeah, look at all that water there that's opened up there behind the tripod. It's like the whole middle fell down. That's awesome. Woo! Everybody's saying how long they want it to hang in there. 1 hour and 3 minutes, right? Jerry's all up to 29, so hang in there till 29.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So the clock has not stopped.
Here's a little more coming down river.
Yes, every piece now is like edge of your seat.
Yes, every piece matters. Every minute matters.
And let me tell you, sometimes when you're watching on the webcam that only updates every 30 seconds, you miss everything because it takes so little time because the river moves so fast.
Well, and that's what happened when the tripod tipped yesterday. When you see the time lapse of those 30-second captures, the actual tipping of the tripod is missed. You see it upright, one screenshot, and downright the next one. So that is one reason why we try so hard to be out here live, you know, capturing it on video for y'all and for ourselves, because this is just way too much fun to watch. But that's why we want the video, so that we can see the action as it happens, because it can all happen within a 30-second span and the webcam won't catch it.
That's right. How are you doing with your, oh, look at that little piece of ice going down right there.
You see that?
I do. Oh, wow. Can you see that happening? Look at that. That is a lot of motion right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the water's starting to come up through there. It's pulling up pieces of ice, isn't it?
Yeah, there's pieces like submerging and then floating, or like, you know, coming back up. Hey, look, Rebecca, we have another magic river circle. I don't know if you can see it on the live, but there's a piece of spinning ice.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, Jerry saw one of those. I think what was so cool about the one that I found, not that this one isn't totally cool, the one that I found had been doing a little spin all night, and it was perfectly round.
Wow.
And I came upon it and I was like, this is the most magical thing I have ever seen. If you want to see that video, it is up on YouTube. It's on our Facebook page. So go look for that magic circle. It was awesome.
Yep. And honestly, that one is way better than this one. It is so cool. So definitely go find it on the YouTube channel. But it's really cool to see one in person. I've never seen this happen before with my own eyes.
Yeah, well, that happens when the ice is in the current and it goes round and round, and it just kind of, it gets, the edges kind of, you know, break off as it's going around.
Let me see if I can capture this on my other camera, zoomed in a bit.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're looking right at the tripod from the webcam, and you can kind of see there where it's open up behind the tripod. It's all jammed up there down on the downstream side, just kind of hanging out there. And that little person standing right there, I think is Amy. Is that you on the webcam, Amy?
Oh, am I on the webcam? Hi.
I don't know. Are you right next to the barriers?
No, there's someone else on the left side of the barrier.
Well,
I am on the right hand side. No, and we got our news crew here too. Say hi. Oh wait, hold on. Switch the camera.
Switch the camera. Oh, to you.
Yeah, to me.
Hi.
He was here to capture it all. This is our fan page, so we're doing the live stream of it all.
Oh, awesome. Good luck. And I mean, good luck so far. You actually got it.
Yeah, this has been so incredible.
Tell him how excited we are. He's in Nenana.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Oh, I'm excited.
I mean, you got here at just the right time.
Right.
That was crazy. Yep, so here, let's look at the cables. Okay, so this is what Megan was talking about. You can see this one loose cable that is on the ground now. So we just learned that that is the first cable that gets cut to alert the town that stuff is moving. I didn't know that. Rebecca didn't know that. So this is really cool new information for us. But the clock is still running. There are still 2 more cables tied up. So the one that is really taut, I'm assuming that is the one that will stop the clock.
Okay, Amy, let me tell you about what cables those are. One
Okay.
of those cables, the main cable, is attached to a pulley up in the top of the tall tower. And then underneath it is a counterweight, which is a 55-gallon drum full of rocks. And what happens is that drum full of rocks, the counterweight, it pulls it up to the very top of the tower. And do you know, like, do you ever remember the bang when the clock stops?
Yep.
Okay, that bang then is that box of rocks falling back down into the bottom of the tower.
Yeah.
And then the clock gets stopped when that whole process happens. It's kind of like, one of those Rube Goldberg devices, where this happens and that happens. So it's all very intricate. And we have a great article that we posted on the fan page before that's written about how all that works.
That's cool. Thanks for sharing that with us. I love how you know kind of the inner workings like that. And again, all of that is in the documentary as well. Classic is what we were talking about. That is such a well done documentary, and it shows so much of these really fun details of how the Ice Classic operates. And that was the first time I had ever seen what goes on with the clock tower and how it all works. So, yep.
That's so awesome. There we go. There's another picture from the webcam. You can see the news guy down there. You can see where the ice is all jammed up. There's some open channels there.
The tripod could go out at any time.
That's right. Get you back up in there.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not seeing any new chunks coming down. However, okay, I will point this out. So you see right here this line that was previously just cracked, but now it's opened up, like the ice has pulled away from that. So it's definitely shifting, and who knows, we might see some of that ice pull even more away and end up floating down with the current if it gets picked up enough. Here we go. So, yep, just a reminder to everyone, the clock has not stopped yet. It is still going. So if you still have tickets in the running, you're in the game still. Just a look at this riverbank right here. A lot of this anchor ice has popped up. So you'll see, the dirt on top of the ice. This has changed a lot since I was here this morning. And so, yeah, it's definitely opening up. All of this is looking different. There's a stronger current right here. Yeah, like so much is changing. Oh yeah, that river, the magic river circle, what we call them, that has gotten smaller and smaller. It's just right in that area. And I'll post the video to the Facebook page because I know you can't see it very well on the live, but I've still got my other camera going here that is showing more of the close-ups. So we'll post that later. You can keep an eye out for that, but for now, it's stopped. Yeah, the tripod is stopped, but the
Yeah, but
town,
look at that water go by in front of you, Amy.
seriously, the current has
It's
really picked up.
really going.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to share this webcam again. Not much change going on there, but boy, is it compacting. And when that goes, boy, it's just going to shoot downriver.
Yep, seriously.
I've seen some concern elsewhere about ice jams and ice dams. This is really not very solid ice. It's really candle ice where it just kind of falls apart. And I'm sure if there's enough of it, that can definitely get jammed up. But we're not seeing any big chunks this year, so at this point, I don't see any worry in our river about an ice jam. But I mean, it certainly could be happening in other rivers. That's just fabulous. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, it's almost surreal. I've never been on the riverbank when the siren has gone off before. So that was super exhilarating for me.
Let's see. Can you easily check for previous breakups on this date? Yes, I can. I believe I posted earlier that there have been 7 breakups, I think it was, on this date. So this is one of the most gone out dates. May 8th and May 9th are some of them. Like that is the majority, not the majority. That is often when the ice goes out. If we were to make it past May 10th, that would be a late breakup. It doesn't look like we're going to make it that far though.
Oh, we've got a drone.
Woo!
It's not Josh's, so I can't say that I will have access to this footage, but there is someone capturing it. So wherever this is going to come out, I can't wait to see when and where this drone footage comes out.
Right. Wouldn't that be awesome? We could share it. I really do mine Facebook and Instagram for people posting about the Ice Classic. I like to share a lot of those on the stories. I share a lot of them on the page because I like to share other people's interest in the Ice Classic as well. So if you have photos from this year, you have photos from 2021, I would really like those. Yeah, if you're the one flying the drone and you share the footage with us, that would be super fabulous.
Yep. Okay, well.
Have a lot of people come down?
The elementary school class left. There's, let's see, the news guy is still here. He's talking with the drone guy. I don't know if they're affiliated. It might just, be a private person flying the drone. But they're all chatting over there with Megan, the Ice Classic director. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars here, and probably about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people that I can count. There might be more.
Hey, that's a good amount.
Yeah. Oh, and there's some cars driving past. So I don't know if they're coming to the river or going other places, but
well, once words get out.
Yeah, once word gets out, then people come down here, and there will be people in and out the rest of the day for sure until the tripod goes
right. Well, you know what though, the fun doesn't have to be over when the tripod, when the clock stops and everything, the culminating moment, because still all the rest of this ice is going to go down river. And really for the next 24 hours, there's going to be a lot of ice going down river. But when you come back tomorrow, it's going to be like there was never any winter at all. Like it's all going to be gone.
Yeah, that is the craziest thing. And I did a video on that last year. On YouTube, it's about, what happens 24 hours after breakup. So you can go and see what that looks like too. It is mind-boggling how quick the ice clears out. And even for the few days after that, you'll see, some ice chunks, icebergs floating down the river. And that is super fun to watch as well. But yeah, this clears out real quick. It's kind of crazy.
Hi, guys. They've replaced my little kids. My little kids were always running around down there too, and enjoying this with me. I think people really like to see our kids out and about enjoying the summer in Alaska.
Yeah, this is Nenana. This is what summer is like. The kids get out and they play, and it's just
Okay,
fun.
so what's the temperature there now? Like 45 degrees?
Let me check. So, it says it's 50.
Okay, so look at your children, Amy. They're out in shorts, t-shirts, and they are so happy
Yep.
to be out there
It just
dressed
updated.
like that at 50 degrees. That's
Yeah.
because 50 degrees feels like 80 when you've been at 20 below all year.
Yeah, I did just check. It's 54, so it did update, but the high is supposed to get up to 57. So we're feeling the warm vibes for sure, and it is very exciting because yes, comparatively to winter, this feels so good. And my kids are always the first to tell me, like they start pulling their shorts out when it gets when it gets above freezing. Seriously, like
Oh, totally.
in the 40s, they pull out their short sleeves and shorts, and they are as pleased as can be to be outside without coats. And my husband and I keep having to remind them, guys, I know it seems like it's summer now, but it's still technically winter if it's around freezing.
Right. So one thing about Nenana that I find extremely interesting too is that in the wintertime when I was there, it easily got to 55 below, right?
Yep.
It doesn't stay there for a long time, but frequently it gets that cold. But then in the summertime, I was there when it was 95 degrees,
Ooh,
98 degrees. Think about that. That's like 150 degrees difference
yeah, seriously.
between winter and summer. Like that is mind boggling.
Yeah, totally. And that is because we're in interior. We are nowhere near the coast where climates are more temperate. But we've got, because it's interior Alaska, we've got more of those high contrast temperatures of, winter and summer. So it really can get up to it can get into the hundreds.
And let me tell you, when it's that hot in Alaska, there is not a fan to be found in the entire state.
Yeah.
That's right. So Kevin wants to know, if nobody has the time on the spot, how do you choose the winner? So if nobody chooses the exact minute, it's the closest guess. It could be over and it could be under. It's not the closest up to, but not over. It's just the closest guess. So if nobody guesses the exact minute, but there's a guess the next minute on either side, then they share the winning.
Okay, so there's another giant chunk that just broke free, so we'll get that on camera for you.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it
Is
is.
it that whole middle?
Yep, the whole thing is floating down. So
All right, this could be it.
it could be. It's possible.
Everybody, get on the edge of your seats. Get ready to shout, woo! All right, this is what it's looking like out there. We're going to watch that come down. Can you see the ice moving out there?
Oh, this is incredible. Glorious.
Look at that. Oh, I can even see it.
Yep. Wow, that's going to crash. That is going to crash. It's already starting to break up into smaller pieces because it's colliding with some of the sides.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm trying to catch some differences on the webcam, but the 30-second thing, it's not updating.
yep. I'm sure you will see some differences on the next update though, because here these huge chunks come down the river. Wow, that's a lot.
Oh my goodness, look at all of that. Oh, the sky reflection in there is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're just, it looks like a cloud just came over us. So it's darkened a little bit.
Oh, it did. Here, I'm going to show you real quick. There you go. That's what it looks like.
Okay, let's see what this all looks like when it collides.
Oh, some more is coming in your camera over there.
Uh-huh.
The slow-mo excitement of it all.
Oh,
Go, guys, go.
gosh, I can just feel my heart speeding up. Oh, wow. It's raining. You're right, it is. My goodness. Can you
It's
guys,
raining.
can you see the rain droplets in the water?
I can't yet.
Wow, this is interesting. So many curveballs.
And that's why we play this crazy game.
Yep.
Okay, quick webcam.
Whew. This is amazing.
So can you point out to people where the tripod is?
Right there.
You use your finger.
I did use my finger, but I'm using two hands for two different cameras. Right there.
Right there in the middle. That's what we're watching. But we're watching this whole sheet of ice go down the middle of the river. Here's a great comment. What you're seeing is all of our tears going by.
Yeah, that's the reality of it for most people in the game.
Thank you for your donation. I always want to say that, but that sounds kind of like, you know,
Rub it
smart.
in your face. Yeah.
Right, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, thank you for playing our game. I'm sorry you didn't win because honestly, I want everybody to win.
Really. Yeah, genuinely. Yep. That yeah, I feel that's your intent when you say it. So I think that's what people pick up from it too.
And
But
I'm
we're
glad they're playing.
yeah, we're still watching this the last remains of that big ice chunk. It kind of got hung up on the side, but it's kind of twisting
Yeah.
and around and just about to collide right in front of the tripod, but oh, it stopped. Okay, it's not enough
Oh,
to.
not this again.
Ooh, do you see this ice submerging like right in this section?
No, that means that the water current is taking it under.
Yeah, we might see some ice chunks pop up.
Yeah. It could also catch the flags.
Yep.
Is it still moving?
Not really. It just hit the edge and kind of stayed there.
All right, let's look here at the webcam. Yep. But you can tell those edges are widening.
Yeah, they are hot. Oh, yep, the black dots under the clouds. I see them. Ooh, there's 3 flocks actually. Yeah, you see the third one coming in behind them? We're looking up at flocks of geese in this area, but I'm sure they're too small to see on the camera because they are right up next to
Yeah,
us.
are they big? Big flocks?
Yeah, they are. There's got to be at least 100.
That's so cool. You know, Amy, I am right here on the coast in Washington, and I am right in the flyway. And all these swans and all these geese that come to you have flown over me about 5 days before. And I was out in my yard and I was saying, "Have a good trip to Alaska. Tell everybody hello," because I knew that's where they were headed. So then having Jerry out there watching them fly over, I was like, that's just so cool.
Yeah, oh, that is really cool. And how special to have that connection with the geese, and you know that they're going to be coming this direction.
That's right.
Yeah, so fun. Yes, we've got this comment. Is anyone else holding your breath? Yeah, like, I mean, I'm definitely trying to breathe here, but my heart has stopped a few times. This is just surreal to watch this live. You know, I've seen ice move previous seasons, and that is so much fun to watch, but it is something else to be here when the siren goes off. And I'll tell you, I'm not leaving today. I'm going to stay here as long as I can.
Well, it's also so much more exciting when you figure out and you've observed it for a while. You know what's happening, you know what's coming, you know what, when this happens, what's gonna, you know, what that means. I think that's what makes it super exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, one of those questions that I asked earlier about, you know, is this stuff down here silt or is it actually ice? And, you know, the question about anchor ice came up. And so I actually had someone on the riverbank explain to me what that anchor ice means. And this is the ice that is connected to the riverbank. And that basically keeps the rest of the ice that's connected to it anchored down. And so we're seeing this raise up out of the water. So, you know, I was thinking that maybe the water levels were dropping and this is a sandbar coming through, but this is the anchor ice that is popping up, and it has a whole bunch of silt on it, but it's not a sandbar. It's not a silt bar.
That is so awesome. That
Yeah.
ice looks different than the other ice. If you get the chance to look at the top of it, it looks almost like it has bubbles right underneath the top, like it's just really bumpy on the top.
Yeah.
Totally different. When you
Yep.
see that coming down the river, you know that this is bottom ice.
Yep. So yeah, just you can see it. It looks like it's a sandbar, but it's not. Oh, and so out here you can see a little bit more bubbling going on right there.
Yeah.
The bubbles. Out here, there's quite a bit of movement going on out here. It's like, okay, so this current right here is getting stronger. There's the bubbling going on in that patch, and then out here, gosh, like I can't exactly tell you what's going on, but something is happening.
Yeah. You see a lot of motion in the water. A lot of pressure is what's happening.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. Wow. Well, this looks a lot different than it did this morning. You can now see the ice chunks jammed up against each other. This is the kind of breakup that you typically think of, seeing all these ice chunks and the jaggedness of them all crashed into each other. So this is more of what you think of in breakup season.
So you are seeing some big chunks now. That's awesome.
Let's see, they're not floating downriver, but I'll tell you, I'm keeping my camera on this section here because something is going down there. I can see the water kind of like coming up and receding and coming up again and receding. So probably something, you know, popping underneath and just about ready to surface or break free or something. I don't know.
All right, well, I'm going to try to zoom in here on the webcam. Let me see if I can get it in the right spot so you can see what's going on with the tripod. How's that? Oh, that looks great. See, you can see all that there piling up. Amy's looking at that from just upstream. You can see the flags are pulled there. So all that ice could go right in front of the tripod and the tripod could stay there, but all that ice in front could go and pull the flags and pull the cable. That's awesome. I just love those little flags. I think those little flags are the most fun ever. That's my buddy trying to knock it loose. A couple minutes late though. Well, if you think that we could have anything to do with when this river goes out, that's totally incorrect. One little rock or anything would not make a difference. Amy, are you there?
Yeah, I was just helping my kids sort something out. So,
Oh, no problem.
but I think we're good now.
We all have kids. It's good.
Yep, that's how life goes. I'm actually really super surprised that they've just, let me be present on the river for this long. So, sure showed up at the right time. Gosh, that was awesome. When you guys showed up, that was perfect timing because you got to see
It was. So my kids, they used to play on the riverbank and they would go find little sticks and pine cones and leaves and they would make little towns on the riverbank with all the little sticks and pine cones and leaves.
Uh-huh.
They had to find ways to stay amused while we were out there.
Yep. Yeah, because it's hours. We're just here for hours watching and waiting. And the kids.
I'm sure it was boring for them, but I just think it's fantastic.
See, James, say it louder.
Not boring to me. Just sitting there and just like me.
Yeah, awesome.
That's my calm child speaking there. He doesn't mind this peaceful sereneness. But he also loves playing too. He's definitely one of the ones that's out there playing in the mud and finding the sticks. And I mean, he's got his bow and arrow that he crafted yesterday.
Nice.
Yep, definitely nice, James.
All right. Well, Ella wants to know how deep the river is right here. And that's kind of subject for debate. When I was asking Sherry, the previous manager, she would say it's anywhere from 8 to 15 feet deep here. But you have to remember it has a silt bottom. So the bottom moves and the height of the river changes as the bottom moves. It also kind of depends on how much water is in the river. Right now, the water level is really pretty low. But I mean, in the summertime, the water level could be 3 or 4 feet higher. So it's really hard to say. Right now, it's probably in the 12 feet deep area out there. But then remember, the tripod is 30 feet tall. So the tripod has fallen over. The top is under the water. It's probably in the silt in the bottom or stuck in some ice down there. So it might be a while because it might take some force to move the tripod, but that doesn't mean that the clock can't stop before that because the flags could be pulled under the ice by other ice and then the clock would stop. Folks can't go to the river and throw rocks in. Yeah, right now they don't let anybody out there. That's what the barriers are for, just to keep people from pulling the ropes. They do keep an eye on the tripod. They, during the year, they don't go let anybody out there and mess with it. I don't know. All right, so how's this one? Kentucky Derby and F1 race has nothing on this. Right? All of those you can kind of plan. This there's no plan. We just sit out here and watch it go. And this one says the top of the tripod is underwater. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it did a nosedive on yesterday morning, Sunday morning, and it
Yeah.
stayed that way. There was another comment that said, "This is better than watching golf."
Totally. So if you look there up in the middle of the screen right now, you can see the tripod. What we're looking at, though, is actually the bottom of the tripod. It has a cross shape on the bottom of it. So we're looking at the legs, but the top part of it is underwater at this point. The tripod is 30 feet tall. Hey, Amy, your camera's out of focus.
Oh, sorry. Let's
It's all
see if
right.
I
Yeah, the tripod is 30 feet tall with the flag up there. It's about 26 feet tall without the flag. It's made out of wood. It's made out of trees that are cut down around Nenana. So it actually has 9 supports. Although we call it a tripod, it's not really a tripod. It has 4 legs, and each leg has 2 legs, and then there's the middle support. So if you can imagine how much would 9 trees weigh, that's how much the tripod weighs. I don't know how much 9 trees weigh, but it's a lot.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's there's some variation from year to year depending on how big and thick the tripod, those tree trunks are. Although I'm sure they get them pretty standardized as far as
They
I'm sure.
measure them. They
Yeah, right.
measure them to see how big around they are. So I mean, you want to say it's kind of a science, but I mean, you're looking for trees, but they do go out and mark the trees and find good trees to do this.
Yep. So there's that level of standard where they do the measurements and they make sure that it is as similar as possible from year to year. But as far as a specific pound weight, it's got to be slightly different from year to year, just because you're using real organic material.
Right.
So yeah. Okay, so I'm getting another battery alert. My phone was doing an awesome charging thing, and then the ice started to move, so I grabbed it out. So it looks like right now things have calmed down. I'm going to go take another charging break.
Absolutely. You go do that, and I will stay here, and we will watch the webcam. But jump right back on if anything fun happens.
Absolutely.
All right. So the clock has not stopped yet. It is still going. The tripod has fallen over. The flags are messed up there in the ice. The ice is moving down the river, but the clock has not stopped yet. So we're just kind of hanging out. I'm watching the webcam here. Amy's going to jump right back out when her phone has a little bit more charge on it or if something exciting happens. So let's talk about what makes the clock stop. So the clock is attached to the cables that you see that has the flags on them. That is the wire that attaches the tripod to the shore. It's the wire that's the siren, and it's the wire that's the clock. So the wire that the flags are on will detach from the rope that's up in the clock tower. When that happens, the tripod and the flags go down the river. They're gone. They make a new tripod next year. The tripod and the flags are down the river. But when the cable breaks, it has a counterweight on it to keep the tripod up. When the cable pulls off, it stops the clock. What has already happened, though, is the cable has been under enough pressure that it pulled the siren rope, but not the clock rope. So that was something I learned this year, that the siren rope goes first just to let people know something is happening. So then everybody can come to the river and then we can watch the tripod go out. So it's kind of this multi-step process that makes the clock stop. Now, this rope, though, there are various things that can happen with this cable because now the cable is in the water. attached to the top of the tripod, which is underwater. So if ice comes down, ice could grab the cable and pull the cable, stop the clock, but the tripod sits in the same place. That could happen. The tripod and the cables could all go out at this point, and then that would stop the clocks. But there's just so many variables, you just don't really know what's going to happen. I'm kind of thinking right now that the whole middle section is going to go soon, and then it will stop the clock that way. But I guess we'll just wait and see. Okay. Watching from Anchorage, visited Nenana. I'm so glad people come through Nenana. It's such a cool little place. The clock has not stopped. Here we go. Alaska beach parties are the best. Yes, hanging out at the river is really exciting. Right now, Amy's taking a break. Not much is happening. The ice is on its way out, but at the moment, we're kind of at a standstill. Things are kind of just a little stopped and jammed up. Let's see. I'll refresh the web page again. Ooh, look how tight the cables are. Here, let me see if I can get this. I'm going to move my camera here. Can you see how tight the flags are on that pole? Let's watch that. That's pretty exciting. Because the flags are stuck on that pole, they're not going to be able to come off. So as soon as the things start moving, that pole is going to make everything really tight. And that's going to pull the time clock. All right, I'm having to relocate here just a second. I'm so glad you are joining us. I can't believe we're watching this live right now. It's so exciting. Amy is right there on the riverbank to jump in when things start moving. All right, here we go. What happens if no one guesses the exact time? That's a great question. If nobody guesses the exact time, the closest on either side wins. So it could be both 1 minute over, 1 minute less, or 2 minutes over or 2 minutes left. But those will share the winnings, the closest if nobody guesses exactly. Try to remember to refresh the web page. If you tried to watch the web page, it refreshes every 30 seconds, but you have to push the button. So I have to figure out how to do that. Let me see here. Yeah, so tell us where you are watching from. The clock has not stopped. It's not over yet. We love talking to our fans. We love seeing where people are from. We've been on this live stream now. Oh my goodness, 4 hours. Tripod time right now is 1:59. So we're just hanging out, waiting for the ice to move. We have hours and hours and hours of non-excitement for 30 seconds of a whole bunch of woo. If you were here a little bit earlier, we were here when the siren went out. So that's super cool. We'll be waiting here for more ice to move. Look at that. Yeah, it sure does look like the cables are wrapped around that pole. It's kind of hard without Amy here to chat with. I used to do this all by myself. I was only out at the river just talking to fans. Hours and hours. I love it. We're watching from Chicago, Utevik, Oklahoma, Eagle River, Eklutna. Here's a good question about the flags. Could the fact that the flags are wrapped around the pole keep it from going out? Okay, so the cable is attached to a counterweight. So there is some pressure here on this cable, right? Because we've got the box of rocks on one end and the tripod on the other. So it takes quite a big force to pull on this, which that's the point. Could it keep it from going out? No, I would say no, because this is a big river that moves really fast and it's going to go out. Who knows exactly when, but it will happen. It will not stop it. But you have to know that these poles are there all the time sitting on the riverbank. So at any time, the tripod wire could be wrapped around this in a situation like this. So it's considered totally normal. It's happened before. I've watched a ice breakup where it's been wrapped around the pole. So it's not abnormal. It's not a bad thing. It could happen. All right, here we go. Chugiak, welcome. Wasilla for the shout out. Nice. Cincinnati, North Carolina. Indianapolis. Nice. Oh, Amy, are you coming back?
Yeah, I said turn on the camera because we've got another ice chunk coming down.
Okay, here you go. I'm trying. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that could totally take it out.
Let's see. I don't know.
Look at that. That's ginormous.
Honestly, the tripod is really stuck. So I think it's going to take more than this to shove it because, like, the tripod doesn't have anywhere to go. It is so gummed up down there. But we'll see what happens.
How big would you say that piece of ice is?
Big as a school bus.
Nice.
It's got to be at least 25 feet.
What's happening when it's hitting the other pieces? Is it going
So
over the top?
No, it's splitting into chunks. So now it probably split into about 4 pieces. Now one of the pieces is heading out up front. One of the other pieces got stuck on this side, and one of the pieces is back on the back end.
Okay. Watching it on the webcam. Just gave a quick update there.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. It's just gonna get stopped.
Just some more.
It's not.
There.
Yeah, it's not big or heavy enough to push stuff.
I don't know though. Those pieces though, they're getting more compacted together.
Yeah. But not till later. Oh, there's some submersion going on. Okay, that's cool.
Nice.
Right here, see this piece sticking up, and it's getting sucked under. Yep, right there. Just went under.
Nice. It'll pop up again. You never know where. It might catch those flags underneath.
Yeah, it's possible. I'll see if I can catch where that might be coming up, because that was a pretty good chunk.
Can you point to us again where the tripod is?
Right there.
All right. So where do the old tripods from years past wash out to? Well, they usually wash down the river. This river ends up in the Yukon. So, wherever it goes to. I have seen some pictures of the tripods in people's gardens where they've pulled them out. The flags are pretty easy to spot because they're nice and colorful. The black and white logs, people find them sometimes, but it just all goes down the river and we just make a new one.
Yep. So I've heard maybe hearsay, but there could be some validity to it. I've heard that someone has built a cabin logs in Tanana, but I have no idea. But it's,
I hear that all the time, but I doubt the validity of that.
I guess I got to get my butt down to Tanana sometime to check out the validity of any of this, because those are some pretty funny stories, and if they're true, I want a picture of that.
Right? Okay, so tripod time right now is about 2:06. So
Yep.
your ticket would have to say, well, not 2:06 because it's not winning, but your ticket would say 2:06. The tripod clock says 2:06, but where Amy is right now on her watch clock says 3:06.
Correct.
So if your ticket
Okay.
says 3:30, then the clock has to say 3:30.
Yep. I'm seeing some more submersion. Oh, wow. There is a piece of ice getting beached on the other pieces of ice.
Nice.
Yeah. So I guess there is some stuff that's just kind of like coming up from underneath and crashing and then getting sucked down. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
cool.
Well, I think this is going to happen soon then if all that's going on.
Yep, man. So interestingly enough, so down here, downriver, there used to be some open patches, but they're kind of, jammed up now. So the only big open water patch that's left is right here. All of the rest of it is just really teeny tiny little open pockets. So there's not really a lot of places for the water and the ice chunks to surface.
Yeah, that's why I say they might catch that ice underneath or catch the flags underneath.
Yeah, except the ice. I mean, the flags are all sitting on top now. It's stuck into some of the ice right here,
Okay.
but it's not like underneath the ice where if an ice chunk was going underneath, it wouldn't be able to grab it. It's just kind of mixed in right here and sitting on top over here. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there could still be something going on underneath that I can't see, but at least from what I can see, it appears that it won't be caught by an ice chunk underneath.
Okay.
Stuck on the surface. So I don't know.
All right.
This is interesting.
Yeah, somebody wanted to see a close up on the tripod, so here's about as close as I can get. You can see it's kind of mashed up out there. The flags are all over in the ice. There's just a lot of jammed up going right between us and the tripod.
Whoa, something just got pulled. Okay, so there you go. Rebecca, you totally called it. Those flags. Oh, no, it is the tripod. Holy smokes. Okay. Wow. How did you call that, Rebecca?
I've been there a few.
Okay. Here it goes. It's moving.
It's moving.
Okay, it stopped again, but there's still ice moving. There's ice moving. So
it's moving. It stopped. It's moving. It stopped. That's what this is all about.
Yeah, seriously. Can you point this? Can you point this right at the tripod, James?
All right, so somebody wanted to know, they said, hey, you got a tripod flag, right, Rebecca? I did. I got a tripod flag in 2020. My friend Tara was down the river and said she saw the tripod, and I was like, Tara, please, you have to give me the flag, because I knew I was moving. So she went and she retrieved the flag for me. And I have it, and I treasure it, and I'm not going to wash it or fix it. It's just the way it is. I love it. We have some people here saying, "Oh, hang out. We got some time." Ooh, there's a guest for 312. Nice. 13 minutes. Wouldn't it be great if we were on here with a winner?
Yeah, that would be the ultimate.
That's so awesome.
Well, it appears to have jammed up again, but
Amy,
with all unexpected movement,
can you look at the flags and see if they are still wrapped around that pole? Because on the webcam, it looks like they're not.
they are. Yeah, they're still caught over there. Can you see it?
Not really, no.
Okay, well, I'm not allowed to go
Oh,
into
yeah. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah.
Gonna move that a little bit
Yep,
there.
so they're taut. They're definitely tight, but it is still caught on that top lip.
Yep, sure is. Well, it could bounce off of there. Like if something happened and it bounced the cable really good, uh, it could, catch it and then bounce back, and that cable then would bounce off that pole.
Yep, that's true. It could happen that way as well.
There's just so many variables.
Yep. Yeah, totally. Oh boy, this is just, it's crazy. And I'm so excited that I am here. Like, I've never been here to watch this much of the tripod moving before.
That's just amazing. Okay, so somebody wants to know about the flags. Are they around the tripod top? Well, yes, the flags are attached to the top of the tripod, not up by the flag, but to the top of the tripod, yes. And the flag is huge. It's about 8 feet by 3 feet. It looks kind of teeny out there, but that whole thing is absolutely huge.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go back and watch the live stream of the raising of the tripod, you'll see the magnitude with the people standing all around it. It's big. It's way bigger than it looks from the shore.
Oh, yeah. Somebody else asked earlier about why is it 300 feet out in the river? And I asked Dennis that once, and his answer was so funny. He told me, well, we had this rope, and so we took it out in the river and it wasn't far enough. And so we took it out, we did the second time of the rope and it still wasn't far enough. So we went out a couple times until we figured out it was far enough. And then we decided that's where to put the tripod. So he said that they still it with this rope. Now, I don't know if that's true. Dennis kind of was funny sometimes, but that's what Dennis said.
That's great.
And knowing the Ice Classic the way that I do and the way they do things for tradition, I would say that that's probably true. Now, the reason I say that is because I was taking pictures from the webcam, and there was one day when I saw a pair of footprints that went out from the front of the tower straight out into the ice. And out there is a little orange flag. So then the next day I look and they've cleared it off right where that little orange flag was. So maybe he walked it out there with the length of the rope. Maybe he just knew how far to go. Either way, it could be true.
Yeah. That sounds Nenana Ice Classic and Nenana-ish to me. Like, why not?
Right? You write down 10 lengths of this rope. I don't know. Then that's what you do.
Yep. Well, and like you said, the way that they honor the traditions of how the Ice Classic started, like, to me, that would be so cool if they really do have that same piece of rope that they use. And even if it's not the same piece of rope, just the fact that or the assumption of the fact that they use that same length to measure it out every year, I think that's really cool. It just captures those moments in history.
Right. I've had people ask me, why don't they put a GPS on it? Why don't they measure exactly where they put it by GPS? Because they don't want to. They want to keep the tradition. I mean, that's what part of this is honoring the tradition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Ooh, well, wow. Oh, it's amazing to me. We're going on 4 hours and 20 minutes of a live feed, and we are so happy that you guys have just stuck on here with us this whole time. I mean, I know not all of you have been here the entire time, but thank you so much for being on here with us. It makes us so happy and so excited to share this with you. And honestly, I feel honored to have you all on here watching live with us. And it's really fun.
It's so fun, Amy, that you and I can talk together and talk to the comments because we recognize your names after a while. You know, we know who talks to us and we try to talk back, and it really makes it a fun fan community. It's not just me sitting watching the river talking to myself. So that's super cool.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm hearing something happen, but I can't. Oh, here it is. Okay, right here. This ice chunk is moving and colliding.
Ooh, I wish we could
Right.
zoom in.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out for
All right.
next year.
Yep. Well, we'll do some experimentation and see what we can have going on. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
those are always good sounds when you go, oh.
Yeah, it's just breaking up and, sinking underneath.
All right, here's a webcam view there. You can see kind of what's going on. It's pretty jammed up right there.
Mm-hmm.
Tripod's out there. Its feet sticking up.
Yep. I'm going to take a quick break to go check on my kids, and I'll be right back on.
All right. Nice. Marcia says, I've been here the whole 4 hours. That's awesome. Let me go back and see if I can maximize that. There we go. The official clock right now would be about 2:18. I'm not official, but that's about what it would be. We will definitely report the official time. We will not call it. We will just report it. We'll let the Ice Classic call it official, but it will definitely be on here when we get there. And, nice to hear your voices and your commentary. I've been checking in about every 15 minutes. It's fun watching it. It sure is fun. It's fun being here. It's fun being here with you guys. This here is Emily. She's my friend here in Westport. I got her turned on to the Ice Classic. So what's the weather like? It's about 50 degrees. Oh no, Amy said it was 54 degrees, on its way up to almost 60 today. So it's a super, super nice day. Good day for the ice to melt. Amy's keeping an eye on her boys. They're on the river, so I'm just kind of filling in here just with the webcam views, which is super awesome that we can all watch the webcam together. All right, Ella wants to know how far the webcam is from the shore. It's about 300 feet. This river is about 900 feet across, so it's about a third of the way across the river. It's really hard to see how far it is from this view because you're just looking straight across flat at the river. But I have shared a few pictures, and I'll share a few more on the fan page of what it looks like when you're looking from the bridge, or even look at the drone footage that we had up yesterday. And you can really see how big this river is. It's about 900 feet across. So it's a big river. Let's see. So the time there is an hour behind our time. Well, it's kind of hard to say that, Kevin, since I don't know where you are. But Nenana time right now is 3:20 and tripod time is 2:20. So I'm in Seattle. I'm near Seattle. So my time is 4:20. So that means Nenana time is 3:20 and tripod time is 2:20. So if you're farther across the United States or across the world, then you'll have to figure that out. Okay, so you're in Anchorage, Kevin. So you're on the same time as Nenana time. So it's 3:20 for you. So tripod time is 2:20. That's how you can figure that out. It's 1 hour behind where you are. All right, so here we go. Thanks so much. I'm really enjoying this from Hawaii. My father grew up in Nenana and told us stories of the breakup festivities back in the late 1920s. Oh, that's awesome. You are so lucky to have heard those stories. I have a few pictures from that time period. Not very many pictures were taken, and I have a few, and I love to share those. That's another one of the videos I would like to put up on YouTube, is some of the old photos that I have. I'd like to take some of the old videos that I find on YouTube and incorporate that into like a history of the Ice Classic, all the breakups that we have on record. I think that would be super cool. Another thing I want to do is, I have taken so many beautiful pictures of the tripod that I would like to make a video of just all the beautiful pictures I have of the tripod. It's kind of hard to share those pictures now, though, because people kind of get twitchy when they see non-current pictures of the tripod right now. So that makes it a little difficult to share the pictures. And this is kind of like the real time of year that we're active. But if I had it on YouTube, then I could share it during this time of year just as a YouTube video. So I'm going to be working on that. Anyway, if you have any ideas of what I could put up on YouTube, I would love to do that. Here we go. 3 minutes to go. Come on, tripod. You can make my life so much better. 223, go out, please. I need a new roof. Oh, that would be great, Brandy. I'm rooting for you. Yes, I am. I'm rooting for you. Jerry, if you want to know, all of her guesses are on minute number 29, so we can root for her too. I root for everybody. I'm not rooting for one person more than the next person. It would be awesome if anybody wins, right? Anybody. I would love to have the winner be on here with us. That would be super cool. Let's see. Keeping the website updated. Anyway, so all you guys that are on here talking with me, I get your comments. I get to see your comments. I would really like to know if you have ideas for me to put things up on YouTube. I would really love to do more of that. I have so much information. I have so many photos. I can answer about any question that you have. So, I mean, I really want to do that. So if you could help me out with that, that would be super. We only have 10 tickets left. Only tickets we have left is 9 and 10. Okay, we're all rooting for you. I'm glad you guys are watching here with us. Amy is on the ready. If anything exciting should happen suddenly, she's getting her phone charged up. That's one of the things, we're just sitting on the riverbank with a cell phone. It can be hard to keep your devices charged. It can be difficult to be on the internet even, because the internet in Nenana is not that great. So I'm sorry if your guesses are slipping away. I'm sorry. We're all crying with you. Somebody said that's their tears that's forcing the tripod down the river. That's pretty funny. Okay. So we've been watching here for 4.5 hours on the live today. That's super awesome. If you've been watching with us, cool. We're just waiting for something to happen. It's all kind of jammed up right there around the tripod. And we're just kind of hanging out. I think it's so funny, though, that we're just all sitting here waiting for ice to melt. That's really funny, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it. Yes, there's always next year. That's the thing about the Ice Classic. You could play this year, and you can play next year, and you can play the year after that. It will always be there, and we'll always have fun with that. Oh, Brandy says she didn't win the 223. The ice did not go out. We're so sorry. Sad face for Brandy. It didn't go out. I'm watching from Minnesota. Nice. You guys can drop in the comments where you're from. You can tell me if you've ever been to Nenana. You can tell me if you're planning on coming to Nenana. The clock is not stopped. We're just kind of sitting, waiting for things to get moving again. We're watching the ice cam. Amy's getting her phone charged up. That's what it's like. Hours and hours and hours of boredom with a few moments of excitement. There we go. I'll be there to collect my winnings. Right on. Got to have confidence in this game. Not much is changing. But you know, in 30 seconds, it could all change just like that. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're watching from Illinois. You got to learn about the Ice Classic when you're in Alaska. I hope you still play even in Illinois. You know, you can do that if you want to play even if you're not in Alaska. You can go to the official website, www.nenanaiceclassic.com, and there are directions there about how to play whether you're in Alaska or you're outside of Alaska. So you could totally play even if you're not in Alaska. As a matter of fact, you can even watch the ice and be excited about it without playing, which is even superb. All right, let's see. Had fun trying, so many variables. It's just worth trying. That's right. Oh, we missed your guess. Darn it. All right, people guess for boyfriends. So let's talk about when people put their guesses on. Some people, you know, like that, have a significant date. Some people guess the same date every year. Some people would just guess the same minute of every day. Some people even guess dates that could never happen. There are tickets for January 1st. There are tickets for September 2nd. There are tickets for April 31st. There are tickets for December 1st. People can put out whatever date you want to have on it. So they record all of those in the big book of guesses. That's a super fun thing. I have a video about that on YouTube. When they put all the guesses in, they print them out and they make this great big book that has about 1,500 pages. And that book has all the guesses, even the mismarked tickets, even the tickets for April 31st. All of those go in the book. And that book is all handmade. So what I wanted to say is go to YouTube, check out that video about how they make those books. That's another thing. It's tradition. They hand make 1,500 page books. Like, that's crazy, awesome, cool, right? And that's something, I mean, most people never even see the book of guesses. I just think that's nifty. All right, let's see what's going on here. Get some more comments up here. So we're just watching the ice melt here. We're watching the webcam. It is a camera that updates every 30 seconds. So if it kind of sits a long time, I'm sorry, I can't always catch it as soon as it updates. It's not a live stream camera. Really, the internet in Nenana can't handle that. So this is what we have. And I think this is super awesome. So we're just waiting to see what happens. Amy's charging her phone and she'll jump out just as soon as anything happens, for sure. Yeah, so welcome for watching from Minnesota. Let's see here. Tradition. Nenana has one of the most interesting with the Ice Classic. Yes, it does. You know, there are a few other Ice Classics around similar to what the Nenana Ice Classic does. There's one in Kuskokwim called the Kuskokwim Ice Classic. They also do betting on when their tripod falls. So go check them out. I did put a post about them on our page earlier. So you can check that out, or you could just go look them up on Facebook, Kuskokwim Ice Classic. Then there are a few other ones in various places where they have a tripod out on the river. Not necessarily that it's, you know, taken from the Nenana Ice Classic. Anybody could have thought that up, but it's cool. I like to share those kinds of things, you know. Let's see here. What's this one say? I'm planting my sunflower seeds and watching you all. You guys are so dedicated, and I thank you big time. Right? We just love this so much. I can't wait to be here when it goes out. I'm sure it's going to be soon. You know, it's right now. It's only 3:30 in Nenana, 2:30 tripod time. So it's right in the middle warm part of the day. So it's going to stay warm for a while. We're going to be watching, you know, for the big chunks to be coming down the river. I'm sure they'll be coming. We'll just have to wait for them to push the tripod down. There goes my time. Oh, well, that'll be next year. There always is. 7:33 p.m. Could be. You know, I think it was maybe 2019. I was sitting out watching the tripod, and something like this happened where it stuck in the mud, and then a big channel opened up in front of the tripod, kind of like what we're seeing happen here with all the water coming in front. And I watched and I watched. It fell over about 6:30 when the train went by. I watched and I watched and I watched. And finally, at 12:21 in the morning, it went out. But I had given up about 10:30 at night, and I was like, my eyes are crossing. I'm so tired. And they didn't have any lights on the river, so, you know, it could happen. We could totally miss it. But we'll sit here and watch it. No guarantees that we can catch it. But, you know, we do our best. Oh, I see Amy hopping back on here. Hopefully she'll just hop back on. Is something exciting happening, Amy?
No, it's all just the same, but my phone had a good charge, so I just brought it back out.
Woot woot. All right, well, we'll take a look at what you're looking at. It doesn't really look like much has changed from the webcam.
Sorry, what was that?
It doesn't really look like much has changed from watching the webcam.
No, but it really hasn't. So we're just hanging out, but judging from the other random times it's moved, like you never know when it's going to. It could be any minute.
Right? How does it look upriver? Anything coming down?
You know what? From this vantage point, it still looks like the same thing, but I will guarantee you anything, it looks vastly different if I were to go up around the bend and look at it. And you know what? I've actually even considered going up around the bend and watching, but I don't want to miss anything should anything happen down here.
Totally know the conundrum.
So, yeah, like, I know it's really hard to see because it's so far away, but on the other side of this bridge, there's this white berm of jammed up ice. I will say it does appear to have gotten bigger and wider. That jammed up ice, it seems to have gotten larger. So, I mean, stuff is definitely moving.
That's fabulous news, because that's where, you know, like when the ice is coming down the river as it kind of is chewing away, if you can see that under the railroad bridge, you know that's where the end of that channel is.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's made it past the railroad bridge or underneath the railroad bridge yet, but it's close. I mean, I can see it from here, so that means it's far around the bend that it's on this stretch. still looking like, I mean, all this section up here, this is all still not very open. I mean, there's definitely open patches, but not huge ones. They're just kind of, you know, slushy, puddly patches all throughout this white section. And then, of course, here is where it opens up this whole thing where we saw the huge breakup, the huge breakaways, and then crashing all here.
Yeah, so let me show
And
that on the webcam real quick. Oh. Wow, I try to be so exciting and I'm not. Here, let me see if that works. Yeah, so there's a little bit bigger idea of what's going on there in the webcam. You can kind of see a bigger picture there of the whole river right there. Nice. Back to you, Amy. Ooh, 345,
right,
347.
so taking a look downriver, kind of the same thing. Like I was sharing before, there's not really any large open patches. So there's not really places for the ice to go should it break away. Really, this section right here is the only large open patch. So unless we see some movement, you know, like maybe some of this break away and jam up there, it doesn't really look like this stuff is going to be moving unless there's a huge chunk that comes from upriver and just jams it like none other. But the soft stuff, even if it's huge, the soft stuff that's been coming down has not been enough to shove this. It's pretty jammed up. So this is a good chance for us again to invite you to check us out on YouTube. It actually helps a lot if people, you know, if it's easy for you to hop over to YouTube and watch the live feed from there, then that is super helpful to us to be able to grow that platform. And I know Rebecca was saying earlier, like it's not the point isn't just to grow the platform or the fan base as much as it is just to raise awareness and to help people just join us on the river and have so much fun. And the more awareness that is out there, like, you know, people are so surprised when they hear that this thing goes on. And so it's an exciting thing. We want more people to be able to get in on the fun and to be able to play the game. And that all comes back to Nenana. I loved how you were sharing, Rebecca, that there's like, you know, the Ice Classic gives back to Nenana and the surrounding communities so much. They fund a lot of community events. They give scholarships to graduating seniors. They help people in need. They are so generous with the ways that these funds are used. And then, of course, there's the jackpot, which Rebecca shared with us all how that is determined. And it would be so super cool to grow that jackpot for all the winners and just, you know, to have it be that much more fun. So it's really, really fun for us all to be here. And so if you go find the YouTube channel, Nenana Ice Classic Fanpage on YouTube, and hop on the live there, it's the exact same thing that you're seeing here, but it helps us get that awareness on the YouTube channel so that people can start finding us there as well. And for those of you who are watching from the YouTube channel, thank you so, so much. It definitely means a lot, and we're so excited. So excited to have you on here. And as always, I will reiterate, we're not going anywhere off of Facebook. So don't freak out that we're just moving everything to YouTube. We want to have the YouTube be an archive. So it's kind of like a, you know, this question and answer type archive so that stuff gets buried so easily on the Facebook fan page out of necessity. I mean, we're updating all the time, and I know it's really hard to just scroll. And so having these videos on YouTube makes it more searchable so that you can type in, either on the YouTube search page or even when you're on the channel, then you can go through the videos and see which videos speak to either the question or the time frame that you're looking for, which season you're looking for. So that's one of our goals moving forward, is to really make this as accessible and categorizable as possible. We've worked on archiving some of the videos from past years and breaking them up into bite-sized chunks so that we can really witness past seasons in easy, accessible ways. We really want to capture as many breakup seasons as possible and have them all available on YouTube. So that's our goal there, and there's lots of fun videos there already, and we are just going to continue to develop that library there. So yay, I'm seeing some of you are hopping over there. Aw, yay! That means a lot for sure. Thanks for jumping on the YouTube platform. So let's see. I'll describe more of what I'm seeing here. There's a lot, like these sections right here are just super muddy. There's this ice chunk that's kind of raised up above the water level that has a whole bunch of silt on it, but it's all just kind of jammed up. So, earlier what I had learned about this anchor ice, I mean, it's a big deal because right here on the edge, you can see this crusty part and it's all lined with silt on the top. And it looks kind of, patchy and bubbly, just like a river bottom, it kind of looks like. And so apparently we're watching for some of this to break away, and that's kind of what's holding the river in place. This is just something that I learned today, so I'm trying not to pretend like some expert, but we learn as we go. You pick up a piece of information here and there, and that's kind of the other fun part about being on the river, is you just catch other little portions here and there as you talk with people. And the Ice Classic officials are out here on the river too, so I've been chatting with Megan on and off. Olaf is another one of the Ice Classic officials. He's the one that's been in training and now carries out a lot of those physical duties that Rebecca was speaking to earlier, like putting the flags out, hooking the tower up, hooking the clock up, all of those things. It has to be done by someone who is very well trained to hook it up properly and navigate all these intricate processes, especially to keep consistency from season to season. So Olaf is one of those. He's actually a really, really good friend of mine and Josh. So we love picking his brain as well, which, interestingly enough, I know we've spoken to this on live feeds a couple times, but here we are repeating ourselves because we never know who's listening at what time, and it's just fun and you learn new stuff every time. But this is one of the years that the tickets have been completed in their counting before the tripod goes out. So that's not very common to happen. In fact, last year, even when I was helping counting the tickets, there was still a lot of recording left to be done after the tripod went out. So that they do it until it's done. They do not announce winners until they have all of the tickets counted and recorded. So they can make sure that they get every single winner accounted for. And so that's kind of nice. This year they got done early, and the tripod is going out late, so it's the perfect convergence of events, they'll be able to pull the winners right up as soon as the tripod goes out. I mean, I won't put a time frame on it because they'll have their own process, and again, we're not officials by any means, so I won't speak to how long it'll take before they announce the winners. But as far as tickets go, they're done and they're ready. They're cataloged so that they can access those winners as soon as their process says to do so. So
And the checks go out June 1st. So if you're the winner, they will contact you and then you get the check June 1st. Let me tell you some fun bit of trivia. When I was on the board in 2019, where there was one winner of the $319,000, I got to sign that check as a representative from the board.
that is so cool.
Right? But they wouldn't let me take a picture of it because it was an official check and everything. And I wasn't like signing the check like it was for me.
Yeah.
But I had that experience and that was super cool.
I love hearing all your experiences.
Oh, you
Yeah.
haven't even heard them all yet.
Well, to hear them all.
All right. Well, we're still waiting on the clock. The clock hasn't stopped. The tripod is down, but we're just waiting for more of the ice to go out.
Yep. Waiting for the perfect time. I hear a lot of river flowing. I don't hear any crunching or slushing ice, but I hear the water flow. I hear birds. There's been some seagulls flying around. That's really fun. The flag string is tight.
Look at that.
Yeah. Yep. These flags are out of the water on this side, and they're right here is where they're trapped in the ice. So between here and up to here, they're really tight, and then it's, trapped on that little pole thing that looks like this. This is exactly what it looks like. And so the cord is like, tripped up on that lip on the top. And then it goes straight up to the clock tower. And so, okay, this is so interesting because I never knew why there were 3 cords hooked up, but I'm curious if this second one that's if this other one that's hanging loose, if maybe that one is a second siren just to alert people. And I guess the loose one would be the actual tripod, but then this taut one, maybe the taut one is another siren, and then the third one is the actual tripod. I don't know, I'm just guessing on that, but there's that first one that's now loose on the ground that we learned that was just the first alert to the town. Oh, there's still 3 more ropes. So I guess there's 4 total. There's this one on the ground. There is one hanging. Sorry, I know on the power, it looks like I'm pointing to the power lines, but I'm not. So underneath, there's a rope right here. And then there is a rope that is right above the power line. And then there's this taut one. So there's still 3 that are hanging and 1 that is cut.
So my guess is there's probably another one to the siren.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. So more opportunities to get the town's attention, tell people stuff is moving, and just generate that excitement.
Right.
So here's a closer look. I'm not going to cross the barricades, but I'm right up next to the barricades, and there it is where the cord is caught. And then right back down to the ice and the tripod.
Nice.
Wow, this is so exciting. And the birds are flying around. I don't know if they're big enough. Oh, they just flew away. So. But little, probably swallows, I'm guessing.
Yes,
Either
there are
swallows.
swallows that come in there. They come down to the riverbank and get little beaks full of silt and go make their little mud houses.
Yeah. Yeah, those pesky mud houses. There was a whole bunch of them that were being built, I guess, on the train depot. So this is the historic train depot that is actually where, okay, you got me on the history kick here.
Okay, history lesson.
History lesson. Okay, so anyone who is familiar with the Serum Run, which has turned into the Iditarod dog race, the Serum Run happened because there is an outbreak of diphtheria in Nome, and they needed to get the medicine out to the kids in Nome to save their lives from this diphtheria outbreak. Well, at the time, I'm trying to get, I think it was 1923 because, no, 1924. Okay, I'm not the historian here, so don't quote me on the date, but I'm pretty sure it's either 1924 or 1925 because the centennial is coming up. That's the only reason why I know that. But one of those 1920s years was when this was all happening, and they still had open cockpit airplanes, and so they couldn't fly in the middle of the winter. And so they couldn't fly the serum out there. They couldn't train the serum out there. They couldn't boat the serum out there because the ice was so jammed up. They couldn't even get, I mean, it was the middle of winter. So the only way to get the serum out there was by dog sled. At that time, the weather was so bad that they couldn't use any of those modes of transportation. And so, guys, this is the train depot. This is the train depot that the serum started from. It was trained up from Anchorage to this Nenana depot and started taken by dog sled by the first musher on the relay was called Wild Bill Shannon. And he was so passionate about getting that serum out to those kids as soon as possible. He was supposed to depart from Nenana the following day, but he didn't want to waste a day. He took off the moment the serum got here, and it was evening time, and it was 60 degrees below zero. Wild Bill Shannon and his lead dog, Blackie, I believe it was, they started that relay and took it straight away, right from this depot all the way out. Okay, the serum went all the way out to Nome, but it wasn't them that took it all the way out to Nome because it took 23, I believe, teams to get it all the way. They took turns, one musher would hand it off to the next musher. But it was a life-threatening situation, and they wanted to get it out to those children who were in that life-threatening situation. And so if any of you have heard the story of Balto, there's a Disney movie made about Balto, but really, Togo, there is also a Disney, like a live action Disney film made of Togo a few years ago, which was excellent. It was well done. That tells the story of what happened, and Nenana shows up in that video, or I mean in that movie. It's not Nenana, like the set is not actually Nenana, like it was not filmed in Nenana, but Nenana is shown and it's spoken about in that Disney movie called Togo. And so if you're interested in what the heck I'm talking about, go find either on Disney Plus or some other way to watch the movie Togo, and you'll see what I'm talking about, how they took this serum from Nenana to Nome and saved these kids' lives. And yeah, like that happened right here at this train depot. And the centennial is coming up very soon. And so we're gearing up for that 100-year celebration of the Iditarod race starting here in Nenana. And, we're working with some people on that. We don't have any official plans yet, but wouldn't it be stinking cool if we could bring the beginning of the Iditarod back to Nenana? That would be cool.
That would be super cool. Well, that goes all along with the same time period as the bridge, because the bridge was built in 1923.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
we're hitting a lot of centennials here in Nenana. The centennial of the incorporation of the city of Nenana, the centennial of this bridge is happening this July, on July 15th, 2023. That's going on. And then the Iditarod is the next centennial that's coming up. Oh, by the way, another centennial that is very interesting, but doesn't really have like a land marker or anything. The first flight in, let's see, was it the first flight in interior Alaska, or maybe the first flight in Alaska at all, was from Fairbanks to Nenana, and that was also this summer 100 years ago. I think only a week before the centennial of the railroad. So
that's so cool.
Yeah, Josh is a super duper history nerd. He loves these stories, and he digs into the nitty-gritty details and the facts, and I mean, he pulls up all sorts of amazing historical records and stories and puts them all together.
And he does. You should plug his page or whatever he's doing with that, because that's super cool.
Yeah. And so he really wants to, what he's been orchestrating with, in conjunction with the centennial of this bridge, he is planning an air show. He's invited some people to do an air show with their airplanes out at the Nenana airport to commemorate that first flight within Alaska.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I guess I'll let you all know, I will be doing some live footage of not only the train centennial, but of this air show on my personal YouTube channel. That's Our Crazy Alaskan Life. And so if you want to find us on there, you can subscribe and you can join us for these centennials that are coming up this summer. You can watch the air show, and I'll be doing some of this stuff for the train bridge as well. So yeah, come like experience Nenana with me. It makes me so happy to share this amazing place with people. That's why I started my YouTube channel in the first place, was to help allow people to see how cool this place is. And I know not everyone gets the chance to come to Nenana. Not everyone gets the chance to come to Alaska, and it's on people's bucket list, really. There are so many people where Alaska is on their bucket list, and whether or not they make it to Alaska, not everyone makes it to Nenana. And so this is a way for me to show people how cool it is, and the Alaskan life, the Nenana life, what this small town is like. So again, that YouTube channel is Our Crazy Alaskan Life, and that's just me and my kids and my husband showing you what Nenana is like. We also travel around Alaska, so we have some videos of Sitka. In fact, that's honestly my most popular video right now on the channel, is the best eats in Sitka. Yeah. I guess that's blowing up right now, probably because the tourist season is starting up, and gosh, Sitka is one of my favorite places in Alaska. I got to go there for the first time in August, and it won a place in my heart immediately. And so I have a series and even more footage that I still haven't even released yet, but you get to see Sitka. I have some footage of Seward that I'm going to be uploading. So if it's been your dream to come to Alaska and see all these cool places, then definitely find me on that channel and you'll be able to see some of the coolest places in Alaska, because that's my mission, is to get out, see the most epic things in Alaska and show them to the world. Interestingly enough, did you even know that one of the largest chocolate fountains is in Anchorage?
Woo! I knew
Like,
that.
you did know that? Okay, because I didn't until it was last November when we were doing our trip to Sitka. And we were at a gift shop and I was looking at the chocolates. And one of the clerks, she asked me, she's like, so, if you want some more options of other chocolates, go check out the, now I'm forgetting the name, the Alaska Berry Company
I think
or
it's
something like that.
Wildberry.
Yes, that's it. And that's where the largest chocolate fountain in the world, I think it still holds that record. The largest chocolate fountain in the world is right there in Anchorage. So when we went to Anchorage the next time, I'm like, gosh, I gotta find this fountain. Where the heck has this been hiding my whole time here? And it was so much fun to go see that. And then I learned that because it's no longer no. This was the difference. It is still, I believe, the largest or biggest chocolate fountain, but there's now what's classified as the largest chocolate waterfall. And that's at, oh, no, sorry. I'm getting so mixed up. The waterfall is the one in Anchorage. The fountain is the one in Las Vegas at the Bellagio Hotel, which I got to go see 2 weeks ago. And it just made me so excited because I got to draw those connections between the fountain, the chocolate fountain or chocolate waterfall. Excuse me. I got to get the technicalities proper because that's how they hold their record, is in those technical names. But the largest chocolate waterfall is in Anchorage, and then the largest chocolate fountain is in Las Vegas, and I got to see both of them, and it made my adventure heart so happy. So anyway, it's just quirky, cool stuff like that I share on my page. We're world travelers. My boys and husband and I have gone to Australia. We're getting ready for a trip to Japan in the fall. And so I just love showing the joys of wherever we are to the world. Yeah, that's what I do here. I just love showing people the excitement of life and all these really cool places that I get to be.
That's so awesome, Amy. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would really like to work a lot more with Alaskan vloggers. I think that would be super awesome. We could tell people about what they're telling people about. They could tell people about us. Like, that just seems like a win-win. So we start with you and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, so awesome. I know there have been a few other vloggers that have been here down on the river doing coverage. I haven't met them yet, but if I do, for sure, we'd love to highlight their channels. And I know Rebecca already shares some of their stuff on our page. I know Alaskan Bears is one of them. They've gotten some footage that we've shared. And so it's just this really, really fun partnership. And we just, we share our love of Alaska.
That's right.
Well, I'm not seeing any super big changes. It seems pretty mellow right now.
Yeah.
Pretty mellow. There's a few people, some cars. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars out here. So not a ton right now. And, maybe like 1 or 2 people in each. My kids are hanging out in our car.
Right.
I guess it's a little too windy and chilly. They didn't come prepared like I did. I have 3 layers on right now, so I'm just fine. But if I didn't have these 3 layers on, this wind chill is kind of annoying. So I understand why they're trying to heat up in the car.
Yeah. Well, Amy, I need to get going for a little while, but
Okay.
you can stay and talk, or just put on the live view for a little bit, put on some music, and then jump back on when something exciting happens. I'll try and do the same.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you so much for the time you've been here. All right. So, yep, like I was just saying, it's looking pretty mellow right now. And this is, yeah, this is the waiting game. This is what we're here for. So, right along here, there's still some cracking that you can see. This whole chasm is a crack. So it seems like, it's breaking away. It's not necessarily moving, but those breakages are happening. So if there was something that kind of shoved this ice up here, it could be quite possible that all that would come flowing down. But it's all just a gamble. Don't know how Mother Nature is going to do it this year, but we'll keep watching until it goes down. We just had some more people show up at the river. It sure is an icon today. So, we've had some visitors from Anchorage. There is even, and some from Fairbanks is what I meant, sorry. Some visitors from Fairbanks. There's even someone who is from Kenai, but who was driving back from Arizona up through Canada, and she stopped here while I was on my lunch break, and I got to chat with her, so that was cool. This is her first time to come see the Nenana Ice Classic, and she said her husband had played it several years before. And so, people come from miles around to see this. And let me tell you, today's the day to come watch because all the action is going down. It's super fun. Okay, so let's do another round of let me know where you're watching from. Let's see who is watching from the furthest away. Let me pull up these comments. I see some people, asking, has the tripod gone out yet? Just a reminder that the clock has not stopped yet, so we are still in the running. Okay. And, here's someone making a comment about that history. So I knew about it being a serum run, but I didn't know it went from Nenana. Yep, that's something that is just super fun for us to own as Nenanans, that this is where the serum run started. The actual relay that got the serum out to Nome. So it's really fun. And someone else asking a related question, are you describing the plot of Togo? Yes. So I would say actually Togo was describing the plot of what happened here. So, yep, again, go find that movie. I know it's on Disney Plus, and it's a really great historical there is some fiction in there. There is some creative license taken with it, but it's a very well done movie to show the serum run, the original one, and how that all happened. So, and then the other related comment, or is that Balto? So Balto and Togo were both lead dogs that played major roles in the serum run, but there were many other dogs that took part. There were 23 dog teams that got it all the way from Nenana to Nome, and so it's probably impossible to name all of the dogs that played a role in that. But Balto and Togo happened to be two of the lead dogs that helped on those teams, and there's many, many more. So, okay, let's scroll down. Let's see where you guys are watching from. Okay. Let's see. All right, so here we go. We have someone from Anchorage, Palmer, woot woot. We've got New Orleans, Louisiana. So fun. Another one from Louisiana, Oklahoma, Kenai. Yep, awesome. Indiana, Nome, Wasilla, Sitka. Yay! Okay, so Hudson, I see that you're asking if I can speak to some of your questions. I'm sorry, I must have missed so if you wouldn't mind retyping some of those answers. It's kind of hard to see all of the comments come through because there are a lot of comments and I'm not always watching the comments because I'm paying attention to what's going around. So if you wouldn't mind dropping some of those questions again, I'll see if I can find them down here at the bottom, and I would love to speak to whatever I can. So Houston, Alaska, Wasilla, Houston, Texas. That's cool. Hey, we have someone from Houston, Alaska and Houston, Texas. How fun. North Bend, Oregon. Still here from Oklahoma. Another one from Wasilla. That's cool. Okay, I hope I can say this right. Squentna. Wow. Let's see. Okay. So, all right. So, Hudson, thanks for dropping your question again. So, the question is, when do the locals think it will go? That's a good question. I'm sure if you ask every local here, you will get a variety of different answers. So, there is no consensus amongst us locals. I am local. So I can give you my opinion. I've also heard some of the opinions of others, but that's definitely not representative. If I'm totally honest with you, I think it's going to go out this afternoon, but there's really no guarantee for any of that. I've also heard some people say they think it's going to go out tomorrow. I will say with almost absolute certainty, it's not going past Wednesday. Like, there's just way too much movement and melting that's been going on. I don't think there's any way it's going to make it past Wednesday. So there you go. That's as, like unofficial of an answer as you can get. But again, if you ask other locals, they'll all have their own opinions. So we'll see what happens. All right, someone from upstate New York. Fun. Been loving the live coverage. You're so welcome. I am glad that you've loved it, and thank you all to all you who have been on here for hours and hours. I know it's a long broadcast, but I mean, this is what's happening in Nenana today, and it is super fun. And I'm really glad that you get to. Join us for that. Athens, Ohio. Yeah. Okay. So Hudson, it looks like you still have some guesses in the running. Okay, you had today at 2:32, but obviously missed that. Yep. So it's past that time. But if you still have other tickets, they're still in the running. Who knows? Okay. All right. So Christina, I'm not sure if I already answered this, but I'll answer it again. What's the movie called on Disney Plus? It's called Togo, and it was just released, I think, in 2019, like winter of 2019. So it's a fairly recent make, and it's well done. So yeah, look up Togo on Disney Plus. And I'm actually not sure if Balto was also made by Disney or if it was made by DreamWorks or one of the other, popular kids cartoon companies. But you can also look up Balto. Balto is animated, Togo is not. So, but both of those, Balto, I will say, Balto, the animated movie, is extremely creative license. There's not a ton that is accurately represented there, but it's a Disney movie. So it's just all cartoonized for kids and has, you know, a lot of creative license there. But Togo is fairly accurate. Like, you know, they did a lot of research into that one and tried to portray it pretty well. So Togo is the one that I was talking to. Okay, New Orleans, Hudson. You're from New Orleans. Awesome. Okay. Let's see, Colorado, Oregon. Now, wow, Carol, so you're saying is that a place, Aloha, Oregon? That's really cool. If there's a place called Aloha, how fun. Okay. Oh, I am hearing some crushing ice. Okay, but I'm not seeing where it's coming from, and it stopped. So I'm hearing some rushing water though. I'm not sure what's going on, but it seems like something is happening. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm just staying quiet right now to see if I can detect where any movement may be coming from. Huh. All right, well, I'm not seeing movement, but I will definitely tell you guys and point it out as soon as I do see anything. I will say though, look at this up here. Okay, so you see this kind of, you know, arch right here? That I did not see that there before. So it looks like there is some pulling away of this ice, and who knows, that could kind of, you know, swing over and then come downriver, but for right now it's not really moving, it's not really flowing. So we'll see if or when that starts happening. Also, this crack right here has been widening a bit. So goodness, man, subtle changes, but they make all the difference. Oh, there's a little bit going on right here. Ever so slight movement. Okay, so Rita is asking, can you please show us and comment on the ice below the tripod? Have you seen any movement in that ice? So I'm assuming you're talking about downriver from the tripod. And I guess I can also speak to the ice that is directly below the tripod. So I'll speak to that first, and then I'll talk about downriver. So the tripod is currently jammed up on a whole bunch of pieces of broken ice. And so that's been pretty steady for a while. When it tipped yesterday morning, it kind of got jammed up with some of those ice pieces. And so it's no longer sitting on the original pieces of ice that it was placed upon, but it now kind of has its own cluster of ice that's mixed in between all the legs of the tripod. So with that said, downriver from the tripod, a lot of this is rotten, but not open. Like, I don't see open flowing patches. And so to me, that shows that there's nowhere for the ice to really move right now. And until there are some openings that give space for the ice to move, I'm just not sure how it's going to play out or what's going to happen. So, of course, I can't make any official statements whatsoever, but that's just what I'm looking at and what I can see. Down past this highway bridge, there is open water. There's an open patch that runs from the Nenana, the mouth of the Nenana, down river. I haven't been up on the bridge to see how much more has opened up or anything like that, but we'll see how, if stuff starts moving down there, that will definitely start to dislodge all of this. And so I don't know, we'll see how it all happens. Let's see what else. Okay, Hudson, you got another question. So how far does it have to move? Okay, so it has to move far enough in order for this rope, the flag rope, to pull these ropes up at the clock tower and stop the clock. So right now the wire is taut. It's pretty tight right now, but it hasn't been pulled far enough to stop the clock. So I mean, it's hard to say how much further it has to go because it's trapped in these ice chunks. The flags are all kind of like mixed in with the ice right here. So whether that's ice that pulls the flags or the tripod that pulls the flags, we don't know. So we'll see. We'll see how that happens. But I also saw earlier that you were wondering if it would make it out to the 12th. And who knows? At this point, we really can't know how long it's going to take, but I bet you it's going to happen sooner rather than later. We saw a lot of movement today. It's hot. The heat really helps to move things along. So I don't think it will make it past 2 more days at the very latest, but today or tomorrow is kind of what people are saying. So I don't know. We'll see. Okay. All right. So, okay. Thank you all for helping to answer those comments too. Sorry, as I'm scrolling, I'm seeing some of you have already addressed that. I love it when you guys all jump in and help. And yeah, this sure is a fun, random game. Like, there is no predicting what will actually happen. So, okay. Kevin says, I think I have one ticket left in there. Yeah, good luck. Super good luck. Anyone who still has tickets, you're still in the running. Okay, so Meg asks, does it usually take this long after the ice starts melting? The answer to that is there is no usual. Every year is so different. So in other words, what's happening right now is pretty typical, honestly. This is typical, especially with a slow melt like this. We've just been seeing this very, very slow disintegration of the ice, which results in all these soft open patches. It happens different every year, but it's not uncommon to look like this. So yeah, it's hard to say, but it is what's going on right now can be totally typical. Oh, here's my boys riding their bikes. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. Okay. We have someone from Anchorage. We have someone, let's see. Oh, I think that's all for the location comments. Okay, so AK Bird is asking, I know you mentioned earlier how there is a handmade book of all predictions. Is there a way for us to know how many people are still in the running? Nope. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to know because the book of guesses doesn't get made until the end of this season. That's kind of one of the last things that they do to wrap up the season and to make a record of all the guesses. But all the guesses are not public. So until that book is made. And even then, like really, at this point, there's only one copy of the books that are made, and that's even if they continue making them by hand. They may start recording them in different ways, but as of my understanding right now, the book of guesses is the only public record of all the guesses, and that doesn't come out till after the season. So we have no idea how many people are still in the running. We don't have access to those guesses. Those are highly secure with the Nenana Ice Classic right now. And I guess I'll point out there is, a little chunk that's floating down here. Not a huge one. It won't do any damage, but it's still fun to watch. It's always spectacular to see these ice chunks float downriver. Okay. Oh, Darren, thanks. He says, I'm sure your kids are bored, but the rest of us really appreciate your time you spent out there for the rest of us to enjoy the slow-mo show. Thanks again. You're so welcome. And you know what? I appreciate hearing the appreciation. It just gives me that extra boost to stay out here for the long haul, and I love that you guys love it so much. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And quite honestly, my boys love spending time outside, so they're having fun. But yeah, sometimes it does get a little long to be out here for hours and hours. And at some point, we all get ready to go home. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not leaving until the tripod goes out. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. So here you go. Here's those ice chunks that are just now starting to collide. Oh, I thought it was my husband's car because it makes that same noise, but it's not. False alarm. Okay. Okay, Hudson is also asking, how cold is it there? Oh, here, this is the comment I meant to bring up. How cold is it there, the temps? So last time I checked, it was 54 degrees, but it's supposed to get up to 57. So this very moment, I don't know what temperature it is, but somewhere between 54 and 57. So the sun feels great out here, but the wind does not. I have 3 layers on. I have my coat, a sweater, and a nice fleece, fluffy jacket underneath. So I'm good out here, but if I didn't have these layers, I would definitely be struggling. Hey, Kenneth, don't ride towards the river, okay? If you accidentally have an accident and go off that edge, that would be an emergency. Please don't do that. Thank you, buddy. That's the other risk of having kids on the river all day is, sometimes they get a little careless, and this is a very, very dangerous river. So definitely got to keep an eye on them. Okay. Kim says, I've seen, yeah, I've seen some in the videos in shorts. Yep. That happens up here in Alaska. How we're just so excited when things warm up. It feels great to us because you got to remember we're coming out of a long, hard winter where, we've experienced 20, 30, 40, even 50 below. Even though it hasn't been that cold in several weeks, we are so ready for the sunshine and the rise in temperatures. So honestly, this feels great to a lot of people. I definitely am still pretty sensitive to the cold, so but that's just me. Other people love it and they're totally great with 50-degree weather or even 40s. Some people are out here in their 40s. And to be honest, I do personally know people who still go out in shorts in 20 below. Don't ask me how that's possible, but it does happen. So it's kind of crazy. But that's us Alaskans up here. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Kim. I'm from Minnesota, but no shorts for me until about 80 degrees. Yeah. Yep, I'm a 80-degree girl. I love it when it gets that hot. So, okay, here's some new ice chunks that are floating down. Nothing crazy, but just a casual drift. Here we go. This is the slow-mo reality TV show right here. That's the slow-mo action for you. Okay, so we do have an update. One of our fans is letting us know that it's hitting 56 now with the Weather Channel. Yep, that's probably right on. I can feel the intensity of the sun is picking up and definitely helping the process along. Oh, okay, guys. So you see this arch that I was talking about earlier? It's definitely starting to kind of close in on itself slowly, very, very slowly, but I do see a shift. So yeah, interesting. I wish I had my time lapse out again. The battery died, and I suppose I could plug it in again, but anyway, it'd be really interesting to really capture this on time lapse, because then you could see more of the action happening faster than our eyes can see it. Okay. All right. So actually, guys, I am getting the signal from my phone. I might need to go plug in again. So how about this? I think we still have access to the webcam. So I'll put you back on the webcam and I'll go do some turbocharging again. And we'll see where that gets us. So here you go. Here's the ice cam. And I will just take that break real quick as I go charge, and I'll let you guys listen to some music. If you don't like the music for whatever reason, you're more than welcome to just, turn the volume down. You can still get the visual. But for the rest of us here that are just chilling, we're gonna have this music going for you. Oh, okay. Okay. It's going. It's going. Woo. Oh my gosh. Wow, guys. That happened so fast. What the heck? Wow, guys, it just happened. But the siren didn't go off. That was weird. Well, that was like the alert. Yeah, those were warning sirens. Whoa, goodness. That was crazy. So, okay, just real quick, guys. Apparently the clock just stopped, although the siren didn't go off. So, I don't know. Wow, that all just happened so fast. I was literally just watching out my car window, and then it started moving. I hopped out, and the rope cut before I actually caught it on video. So, goodness. Oops. Okay, so let's check out what just happened. So we do see that oh, okay, hold on. Let's capture a little bit more of this movement. So the flags are now down. And, whoa, see, look, you see the huge chunks coming down? This all just broke free. Here we go. All of this is coming down. This huge, huge chunk right here. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is crazy. I'm like kind of in shock that this just happened without me being on here. I'm so sad. But here we go. Like this, yep, you see this all submerging right here? Here we go. This all is coming crashing in. And, okay, so a lot of, thanks for the welcome back. Okay, so I'll take you guys over to see the clock in just a minute. This is really, really unexpected because, the siren didn't go off. So, like, this is kind of crazy. But here, you can see how all of this is crashing into each other. Massive, massive movement going on right now. The tripod itself stopped again, but it already cut the rope. So, like I said, in just a little bit, I'll take you over to see the clock. I will not name any official times, but I'll take you to go see the clock so you can see the official time yourself. And here we go. It's out. So I see the questions coming on who won, and we don't know yet. We don't know, but if any of you are on here watching and you have the time on the clock, which I will show you in just a few minutes, then give yourself a shout out. We'd love to see if we have any winners on here. But as far as publicly, we will not know who the winners are for a few days. So from here, what happens is the Ice Classic will go into all the logged tickets, and they will search the database to find all of the names that have the winning ticket time. And then they will be contacting each of the winners officially. So just definitely, that's not us who's naming the winners. We're not officially affiliated in any way. We're just super happy fans out here on the river. And so we will not be naming the winners. The Nenana Ice Classic, the Ice Classic itself will be the ones naming the winners. And that will be published onto the website whenever they're ready and when they've contacted the winners. So keep an eye on the website. That is Nenana Ice Classic.com. They will post the official winners there. And so, yeah, we're all going to keep an eye out to see who won, who the winners were, how many there were. And, yep, that's it, guys. Okay, so let's go over and take a look at the clock. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh, hold on. Just lost something on the ground. So, Megan, it's officially stopped, right? Okay, so I can go look at the clock? Alrighty. Okay, here we go. Here's all the cables on the ground. There it is. And then here is the official clock time. There you go. You can see it for yourself. Here is the clock. This is the time that it has stopped. And I will not read the clock aloud because I'm not making any official time call, but you can look at the clock yourself. This is when the clock stopped. And this will be the time that they are calling the winning tickets on. So here we go. Woo woo! Congratulations to whoever the winners are. Here we go. And that is the 2023 season. So Olaf, are you replacing the clock or something? What you up to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't hit my car.
Okay, cool. So there we go. They removed the official clock and then they put in a placeholder. And I don't know what happens to the official clock, but I'm sure they keep it somewhere very, very, very safe. So this is Olaf. I was talking about Olaf earlier and how he's the one being trained to do all this stuff. So it's super cool to see all that's happening right in front of us. There we go. The tripod is stuck again. Here we go. Wow, it's kind of weird to be walking inside the barriers because it's been forbidden for so long. But here we are. This is a close-up look. Here are the cables. They're all dropped in the water now. And there's the flag. And again, the tripod is just stuck right there. So there's still going to be a lot of breakups that needs to happen. I bet a lot of this will clear out in the next 24 hours. That's kind of what happens. And we'll come back and still give you some more updates and more live views as this continues to break up, because there can still be some pretty spectacular shows. Just because the tripod is out and the clock has stopped does not mean that the show is over. Because look at all this, guys. All of this ice still has to clear out. And that's really the super exciting part, is watching the big ice chunks move. That's the real fun stuff to watch, as all of this is breaking up and crashing into each other and all of that. So here you go. Okay, so I see a lot of questions about who won, and, what's the time. I am not making any official calls, so I'm not naming the time, but you can go back and watch the live feed where I show the clock, anyone who may have just hopped on. And just a reminder that the tripod time is an hour behind local time. And the reason why is because local time is on daylight savings. The tripod is not. The tripod clock stays in Alaska Standard Time. So I know, some people are asking, wait, I thought it was 5 p.m., but the clock says 4, so that's what's going on there. It's the daylight savings time that shows that discrepancy there. And the way to remember is in the spring, when Nenana jumps forward, the tripod stays back. The tripod stays put. So that's why the tripod clock is an hour behind local time. So when you see that clock, that's the reason why it's an hour behind. So, but I'll stay on here for a little bit longer. There is still, look at this huge chunk coming down. There's a lot still going on. So we'll continue to watch the ice melt even though the clock has stopped. And I'm also going to alert Rebecca, or if any of you fans are on Facebook right now and able to message Rebecca, you can let her know that the tripod went out, and I'll keep giving you this live feed of the ice continuing to go downriver. In fact, I'm just going to walk back to my chair so that I can get more of this on my other camera and be able to post it later. Okay, so let's look at this. Yeah, this is cool. Okay. Wow, this is a lot of ice, guys. So much. All this section is just breaking free right now, and it's pushing each other, all crashing, crunching, flushing. Wow. Yeah, this is massive movement. This is kind of what we've been waiting for all day. Besides the tripod itself, we've been watching for this massive flow of ice. Aw, thank you so much. Appreciate all your coverage. It's been fun watching and learning all the history. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. We've had a blast today. We're going on 6 hours and 20 minutes now, and it has been so much fun. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for just having a party with us on the river. Oh, let's see. Yeah, over here, there's a lot of movement. All this section right here is all just kind of crushing in on each other. All of this down here, there's a whole bunch that's flowing right there. There we go. There's that slow-mo reality TV for you. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can do a quick update thing here to let people know that the tripod, hold on. That the clock has stopped. We'll see if we can get this. Okay. go. Go right here. Okay, there we go. Updated. The tripod is officially out. The clock has stopped, and I'm not naming any official times, but you can go check the clock out for yourself by rewinding this video. And, yep, you'll be able to see the official time yourself. Okay. Whoa! Massive wind toppled my other camera over. Okay, so wow, look at this massive opening over here. This is crazy. There has just been so much opening up today, and now, yeah, this is a huge opening now. Even down here, there's still some chunks that are starting to collide. We're going to see this continue carve away further and further downriver. Obviously, like, you know, there's still a lot that's jammed up right here. So that was kind of crazy that it all just snapped the rope the way it did without much fanfare. Honestly, there was not much fanfare going on, and it didn't even turn on the siren. So kind of crazy, super subtle. Super subtle. I didn't even see it while I was sitting in my car, and all of a sudden someone pointed, and I saw it floating real slowly, but I hopped out as quick as I could and already missed it. So that's the nature of the game, and we'll try again next year. It's so crazy. So crazy. But I mean, we really did see most of the movement on the live camera. That was super fun to see it the first time when the siren went out, and I guess the only time that the siren went out. So we all got to experience that together, and here's what it looks like right now with the clock stopped. Okay, so still a lot of questions coming in. What's the time? What's the time? I am not an official Ice Classic representative, so I am not going to name the time on the clock, but you can go back on this live feed, and, you know, if you rewind it back to probably 6 hours and 10 minutes-ish, probably right around 6 hours and 10 minutes is where, somewhere in there is where I show the official view of the clock. So you can go check it out yourself. The official time will be named by the Ice Classic. So just to remind you, the Nenana Ice Classic has their own official Facebook page and YouTube channel. So keep an eye on the official Nenana Ice Classic Facebook page. I will bet you that is where they will do a lot of those updates. So keep an eye on that. We will also post that if they do post the time. And the winners, whenever that happens, we'll share it to our page. So keep your eyes open for that. This right here is a massive chunk that's all broken free and headed downriver right now. So yep, wow. That is awesome. Let me check my other camera to see if I'm getting the right, oh yep, there we go. You can see that massive chunk heading downriver. Right, headed right for the tripod. I'm actually really curious to see if this moves anything or if it just jams it up even more. Because so far, this ice has been so thin and so just mushy that it really hasn't had a lot of strength to shove it very far downriver. Because it's so blocked up down here, I don't know what's going to happen when all these chunks hit. It may push, it may not. We'll see. So some of it is starting to hit. Oh yeah, it's pushing the tripod. It is, it's pushing. Just a bit. Oh, yep. Tripod's moving. Okay, so just in a little bit, I'll take you back over to see the clock, although they might have actually, I think they removed it already. So I didn't know this before, but they removed the official clock. And I guess they keep it in a really, really safe place. So they removed the official clock and put a time, like, just a placeholder back into the clock tower. So I'll go see. I think what they do is they set the placeholder to the same time as the official clock, but I'll just go check on that in a minute. But for now, I am still all eyes on this massive chunk and seeing what it does to the tripod and the rest of the river. Okay, still, okay, so there's a lot of colliding going on, but still not a whole lot of shoving. Here, let's bring it over here. See if we can get some of this action a little more up close. I'll be sharing some of the zoom in footage from my other camera to the Facebook page. You can see a little bit more up close what it looks like for all of these icebergs to be hitting into each other and how it impacts the ice around it. But I suspect there's going to be a lot more of this breaking upriver and floating down here. So yeah, this whole section just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. More of this is breaking free. I'm guessing what's going on is the current underneath, is just tugging on those chunks of ice, and they just break free and then float down here. Collide over here, and the tripod has already gone out. The clock is stopped, but there's still a lot of breakup that still needs to happen. So we're just watching Mother Nature do her thing. Okay, so back here, it does look like it's getting jammed up. It's not really moving the ice out further. It's all getting stopped right behind that open patch, or right in that open patch behind the tripod. And this big section right here is kind of pivoting around to fill in that section behind the tripod. Yep, and it looks like it's coming to a stop. Okay, oh, so Dawn, you say the time was officially posted on the main site. Are you meaning that they have posted it? Or are you saying that that's where we should watch for it? Because if they've already posted it, that would make if you want to like take a screenshot, or I mean like share what they have posted, that would be awesome to share to the fan page. I'm still here working on the live feed, so I'm not able to do that behind the scenes stuff. But if any of you are on your computer is able to go check that out for us, go to Nenana Ice Classic.com or to Nenana Ice Classic, not the fan page, just the Nenana Ice Classic. That will be the official, that's their official Facebook page. Okay, so Pamela says it's there on the official page, 401. Awesome. Okay, thanks for checking on that. On their official page, they're naming it 4:01 p.m. So there you go, guys. That is the time named officially by Nenana Ice Classic. A few of you, man, they quickly cleared out all the stuff. The ropes are gone, the barriers are gone, the clock is gone. They cleaned up fast. There's still, some people out here watching the ice, a few cars, but yeah, it's cleared out. Season 2023 has come to a close. Okay, and Rebecca is telling me that she posted it as well. She's got us covered in the background. And, you're so fun. Said, thank you for streaming this. It was fun. Yes, it was fun, guys. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's been a great day. It's been a long day, 6.5 hours out here on the river, but it was definitely worth it. And yeah, I'll have to figure out some way to charge my phone without having to take breaks in my car, because definitely, but at the same time, like, that's the thing, is it happened so spontaneously and so subtly, especially this year. It's just so subtle. It could have happened any of those times that I was in the car. So, oh well. But I won't lie. My heart is a little sad that I missed the exact moment. But I was here on the river, just waiting in between, charging up, and I caught the last little bit of it. I will watch if there are other people. I know there are people who were watching as it happened, so if anyone else has the coverage of actually when it was moving and went out, that would be super awesome. Let us know where, if you're going to post that footage, then where it is so that we can share it. But here we go. This is it. People are starting to head out now. The cars are clearing out. Yep. Bye-bye, everyone on the river. There still are some people watching, but most of the crowd is gone. I'm still here. I'm wanting to catch more of this ice action and see if stuff actually does break up downriver. But let's go ahead and I will take you over again to where the clock is. And I'm hoping, hold on just a second. I'm hoping that they did put the official time on the unofficial clock. Looks like Olaf is still there in the clock tower, so we'll take a look at this. Looks like he's heading out. But here's the clock again. Yep, okay, so they did have it set. Here's the time. Thanks, Olaf. Hey. Okay, so this is again the placeholder clock, but it is still set to the official time. And there it is, y'all. There's the clock. Okay, May 8th, 4:01 p.m. Oh, I appreciate the love, you guys. Yep, it's been a long day, and it's been super fun to have you all interact and ask the questions and sit here watching with us all. It's definitely an honor to be here, so thanks, guys. Yeah, some of you are saying that you've only been a few minutes off. Someone was 19 minutes off. Other people are just a few minutes off. Yep, that's the crazy part of this game, is that you can get the right day and even the right hour, but even a few minutes means you didn't get it. So I'm right there with you guys, though, because I had some tickets for today, and all of them passed slowly but surely. I was out here so excited thinking that I definitely could have a chance, and some stuff was happening right around the time that my tickets were valid for, but still it came and went, and our time passed. So I'm right there with y'all. Okay. Well, there's the clock. Hey, Adrian. So I'll go and get my stuff cleaned up too. I'm hungry. I've been sitting out here all day, and I did have that little breakfast / lunch break right around noon. It might have been later. I don't even remember what time it was now, but anyway, it's 5:30 now, and I'm ready to go home and relax and get some more food. Actually, my boys said that they were going to bring a sandwich out to me, but this all happened before they were able to make it back. Okay, so look at this. You remember that arch that I was telling you about? That is gone. This whole thing is now opened up. The arch has caved in and floated down here. So yeah, there's a lot of movement going on. A lot of shit is happening as more and more is peeling away from the edges. Let me see. Let me just get on my other camera as well. So this whole section is now open. So we'll probably continue to see, some of this anchor ice breaking up and breaking away, and definitely there's going to be a lot of massive changes over the next 24 hours. Oh, there's even a little seagull hanging out in that open water now. Yep, this is going to be a wildlife haven now. They're going to come out. Oh, here, let's catch that bird. I don't know if you can see it, but... Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I know. It happened so fast. Aw, thanks, buddy. Okay, yep, see? This is what I was talking about. You guys are bad. Seagulls. Yeah. The seagulls are hanging out in the water now. Yeah.
You like TP and together or
Ooh, the melted cheese sandwich sounds really good. Even the PB&J sounds good, though. I'm not gonna lie. Anything sounds good right now. Oh, yeah. See, there's some ice getting sucked under here.
Mom.
Okay, thank you so much. So aw, oh, you brought sandwiches for everyone?
Yeah.
Aw, you guys are so nice.
Mom.
You guys want to keep having a picnic out here with me?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, in that case, we'll just keep the live feed going. We'll see what other breakup happens.
There's some sippy sauce.
Ooh, wow.
Oranges and things like that.
Aw, thanks. Whew.
I got these. I got all this stuff.
Aw, this is perfect. Thank you so much, boys.
I never had an orange before. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, I got chili. That's why I only got 2.
Okay, so, let's see. What view do we want to watch? I know down here is kind of jammed up, so I'll kind of keep the camera in this area, and we'll be able to see if more ice floats down, that it'll jam up. But we'll just get the camera set up to keep watching as the ice continues to slow down, and feel free to take pictures if you want. As long as we have the live feed going, you're welcome to hang out on the riverbank with us. Yeah? Because the tripod's out. All the action is done. Well, at least, yep, the line is cut. The clock stopped.
Do you win it?
Nope, we're not winners this year. Yep, positive. Our ticket passed already.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 5:38 local time. Okay, all right. So, I'm going on tour. Yeah, we did. That's true. We're good guessers. Because we don't look in front of the camera. We're good guessers. This is the second. We've guessed 2 years now, and both years we've been either on the day or 1 day away. So we'll get closer and closer, and maybe someday we will get a win.
Possible. We'll be on the phone like
Not this year, because our ticket is not the same. Our ticket already passed.
Isn't exactly closer to the time crunch. Only the time crunch.
Yeah, so that's actually a good question that my boy is bringing up. So it's true. If no one guesses the exact minute, then they will go to the next closest guesses, whether that's up or down in minutes. But it's usually only a few minutes away. Ours is more than a few minutes away. So we know we didn't get it, but it's still really fun to get. Yep. All right. So for any of you who are still on, I'm curious if there's anything that you still want to see, if there's anything you want me to show you before we go ahead and close out this live feed. Go ahead and comment below if there's something else you still want to see. Just the final recap. This huge section of water right here, it's just open, and every once in a while there's these ice chunks that are floating down, crashing into the sides, crashing into the edge, and then back down here next to the tripod. But as far as downriver, there hasn't been much movement that direction. But like I mentioned before, we will keep showing you what we see over the next couple days. As far as breakup goes, you'll see the difference, and it happens fast. This ice can break up and move downriver really fast, so in a few days, it'll seem like winter never happened. And it's pretty incredible to watch all that happen. So here you go. There's some of those ice chunks floating down. But yeah, there's the final sweep. So there you have it. Oh, I appreciate it so much, Mike. Here you go. Thank you. A great 2023, and you did a great job. Our family nests amongst itself here in Ohio. Look forward to next year. Yes, amen. I'm so glad you have fun with your family doing this with each other, and I appreciate it. I had a fun time out here on the river. A long day, but super exciting, and I'm just glad that I got to do this all for you. So thank you. Okay. That's it, folks. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you next year. And over the next few days, we'll keep showing you what happens on the river as the rest of the ice clears out. So, okay. Bye, everyone. I'll turn you around and give you a good wave after a long day. There we go. You're in the live feed too. Yep. Bye. All right. See you guys next